If you're watching the replay, you could always support the show by sending a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with a $sign in it right below the video. Shout out to the early No Cap crew in the building, all of the mods, the working mods especially, VIP crew. Share and hit that like button pronto.
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Cap-tivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Share it out. We're talking about Carmelo Anthony, the young man who got caught up in a case last year, a fatal stabbing. And he's going to trial in 1 month. We're going to talk about it. New updates. Breaking news. New update. Carmelo Anthony against the Metcalf family. Shout out to the No Cap crew.
No Cap-tivity. Spacey got the sauce on.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Just over a minute before showtime. If you'll be so kind, share the live stream. About to get the word out, man. Carmelo Anthony facing trial in a month. New information out about the trial and how it's going to be set up. A lot of people are upset.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
This might be the trial of the century. Let's get it.
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So man, you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.
What up? You are officially locked into No Cap-tivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you rock with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button. And after you subscribe, make sure you hit that notification bell. That is if you rock with your boy, Freezy.
No Cap-tivity.
I told y'all, we're going to be covering any new news concerning our brother, our young brother, Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony is awaiting trial soon, in a matter of a couple of weeks. June 1st is when his trial kicks off. And a lot of people are anticipating this trial. There are a lot of disgruntled people, specifically the white demographic, right? A lot of people on the white demographic side. And when I mean white demographic side, I'm talking about white people or starch conservatives, right? Black homes, house ninjas, all of the sort are rooting against this young lad. Now, there's some new information that just hit about Carmelo Anthony, and we're going to talk about it. I have an article. We're going to react to a couple of videos. And like I said, we're going to keep track. If there's new information, we're going to report on it. Let me repeat. If there's new information, we're going to report on Carmelo Anthony. We were dedicated to this case last year as well as we're going to be this year. Carmelo Anthony just graduated with a 3.7 GPA, promising young kid, very bright, and they're trying to drown him. They're trying to destroy this kid. They're trying to send him away for life. So shout out to everybody that's in the building. I appreciate y'all. We're going to get to it real quick, fast, and in a hurry. Thank you. I appreciate you. Listen, I see the super caps, and also we're going to do a roll call. But before we do the roll call, let's just keep our spirits up for this young lad and his family, Carmelo Anthony. Shout out to the Hendon family. I appreciate you, Hendon family. I appreciate you. He said, welcome in, everyone. We appreciate you joining the stream tonight as you file in. Don't forget to like and share. Hitting the like and sharing the stream is a free way to support. I appreciate you, my brother. Shout out to the Hendon family, the whole entire Hendon family. She Loyal said, hey, Freezy, did someone give me a membership? If so, I missed it because I wasn't able to view your live stream this Wednesday. If it was gifted, thank you. Or am I tripping? Have a great show. I think you was gifted a membership, She Loyal. We did our members only live stream Tuesday instead of Wednesday this week because I had my days mixed up. So you're not seeing things and you're not going crazy. I think you did get gifted a membership, but we did our VIP live stream on a Tuesday because I thought the Tuesday was Wednesday, right? So I apologize. That's my bad. Shout out to you.
No
sis.
Cap-tivity.
Also, shout out to Justin Wade. Justin Wade said justice for Carmelo.
No
Hey,
Cap-tivity.
man, shout out to Justin Wade, man. Long time supporter of the show. Helena said, hey, Freezy and chat. What's going on, Helena?
No Cap-tivity.
What's going on? Shout out to Genesis 1. Genesis 1 said, hey, sugars, play that fire. It's Freezy tune. It's my jam. Shout out to my sister. I give you a little taste of it, sis. Shout out to Genesis 1. I appreciate you, sis. Also, shout out to Reflections with Kimberly said, salute, no cap.
No Cap-tivity.
Man, shout out to everybody that's in the building. The Infinite One lives waving. Shout out to you,
No
sis.
Cap-tivity.
B Sammy, big salute to you, man. Shout out to B Sammy in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Who else is here? Malika, what's going on? She said, hey, Freezy and chat.
No Cap-tivity.
Timothy Taylor. Timothy Taylor said, a jury of his peers means he should get a majority black jury. I hope so. I hope so. Kyle Rittenhouse got an all-white jury of his peers. Well, Timothy, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. They tend to treat white people a little different than black folk in this country.
No cap.
I'm just saying. But I hope you're right, though. I really do. Shout out to my sister, Red Scholar in the building. She said, hey, Freezy and chat, much love.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Red Scholar, a.k.a. Kimberly Johnson from Temecula, California, in the building. What's going on, sis? T-Lane fam said, hey, Freezy and the No Cap crew.
Cap-tivity.
What's up, T-Lane fam? Beige Live Matters. Throwing them up. Let's go.
No Cap-tivity.
Lawan Shaheed in the building. What's going on, Great to see
No
you.
Cap-tivity.
What's going on? Nightbreaker said, let me get my drink ready. Shout out to Nightbreaker, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Listen, put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with sharing the live stream. Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with sharing the live stream and becoming a part of the No Cap campaign. Put a 1 in the chat if you're okay with sharing the live stream and becoming a part of the No Cap campaign tonight. This is a very important live stream that we're going to be going over and covering. For those of you who are willing to share the live stream but don't know how to share the live stream, the share button is right below the video, right next to the like and the dislike button. Right next to the like and the dislike button. As soon as you hit that share button, it gives you an option to share it out to any one of your close friends and family, or you can copy the link and share it out to any one of your favorite social media platforms. Either way, thank you for everyone that puts a 1 in the chat. Thank you for sharing the live stream and actually sharing the live stream and putting the 1 in the chat. I appreciate y'all, and I wish everybody, you already know what I'm about to say, and I wish everybody $11 million in your life.
No Cap-tivity.
Believe it and receive it. Yes. Yes. Also, shout out to the 35 people that hit that like button. I appreciate y'all. Pretty sure we can do better than that. Make sure you hit the like button, family, on your way in. Shout out to the 35 people that hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button so far, hit the like button. It's free. Whether you hit the dislike button or the like button, it doesn't matter. We appreciate you, and we wish you $4 million in your life.
No
Thank
Cap-tivity.
you very much.
Subscribe, don't forget to hit that notification bell. Don't forget to hit the like and make sure you share. Thank you for coming to the channel. No Cap welcomes you all in. Don't forget to subscribe and make sure you hit that notification bell. Don't forget to like, you also share. Don't forget to like and make sure you hit that notification bell. Don't forget to like and make sure you share. Hit the like button, it's for free. It's for free. Hit the like button, free.
Shout out to everybody that hit the like button. I appreciate you. All of the new likes. Thank you. And like I said, I wish you $4 million in your life.
No cap.
There's 3 ways to support this platform, especially if you would like to get your comments read and highlighted, right? Especially if you would like to get your comments read and highlighted. The first way is by Super Cap, aka Super Chat. That's the rectangle box with the $ slap dab in the middle of it, right down there where you type your chats. And that's how you color up your chat as well. Just like my brother, the Hendon family and entire family. Let's go. Shout out to the Hendon family. I appreciate you for the $50 Super Cap. Come on, man. Coming in strong.
Yeah. You trying to support No Cap?
Yeah. Keep throwing the dough.
Shout out to the Hendon family.
Spend that cash.
I appreciate you.
Support the show.
Yes, sir.
Lights don't run on hope. No.
Shout out to the Hendon family. I really do appreciate you for the $49.99. Make it $50. He said, thank God it's Friday and faded. Have a great show, my ninja. And as always, shout out to the realest ninja in these YouTube streets. Salute. Thank you, my brother. Shout out to the Hendon family, man. Doing it big and are the initial sponsors of tonight's show. You better believe it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, hold up, wait. Do I see 5s, 10s, 20s in the place? No cap. Appreciate cash out, cha-ching. Suka chat, cha-ching. Suka stickers, memberships, PayPal's in the building, let it rain like that. Don't forget them cities, don't forget them hundreds. Blessings coming fast, we ain't waiting on nothing. Appreciate everything that you spend. When you feel generous, run it back again. Hey. Money talk, let it flow.
Shout out to the Hendon family. Thank you.
Cap-tivity.
That's the first way to support the show and get your comments read and highlighted. The second way is by Cash Cap. That's right. The Cash Cap is $freezing no cap. That's $freezing no cap. And make sure my notifications are on. Who's going to be the first one to send the Cash Cap? I appreciate you, whoever you are. I appreciate you. Hold on, let me bring this up right here. Okay. And also the third way to get your comments read and highlighted, or if you would just simply like to support the show, is by PayPal. The PayPal is No Cap-tivity with Freeze. That's No Cap-tivity with Freeze without the Y. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
And y'all already know how to become a sponsor of tonight's show. To become a sponsor of tonight's show, it's only, well, initially it was only $20 or more. Now it's $50 or more, thanks to the Hendon family. Let's go ahead and put them up on the sponsorship board right now. Here we go. Shout out to the Hendon family.
You can't try me, no captivity.
Shout out to the Hendon family, man.
I know it's hard to understand me. Respect me.
Let's go ahead and
reality. I'm focused though, please don't ask where my mind be. It's about the community.
Put them on the ticker too.
When life slides, was it appreciating the way that I like give you 50 shades of me?
Shout out to the Hendon family. That's how you become sponsor of tonight's show. $50 or more. $50 or more, and you will be either a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show. Thanks to the Hendon family. Shout out to the Hendon family. I appreciate it. So let's do it, man. Let's talk about it. Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony his trial is up. It's getting hot. 4 weeks till his trial. We got new information. And we're going to go over this. We're going to go over this new information. We're going to go over this new information. I'm sorry about that. We're going to go over this new information about his trial. Now, there are some people that's upset about Carmelo Anthony's trial. But nevertheless, we're going to talk about it, right? White people are upset. Black people are upset. People of all races are upset about the new information that just came out about Carmelo Anthony's trial. I'm going to tell you, as we get closer to Carmelo Anthony's trial, this is going to be a very contentious trial. Very contentious, man. And I think a lot of people kind of forgot the nostalgia surrounding this trial last year and how tense it was, right? Shout out to, I think we got a Cash Cap, or let me see, hold on. Yeah, shout out to She Loyal. She Loyal for the $25 cash cap. She said from She Loyal, let me be the first cash cap tonight. Thank you, sis.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. Let's represent for the ladies. Let's represent for She Loyal. Come on, man.
20s in the place, no cap, appreciate. Cash app, super chat, super stickers, memberships, PayPal's in the building, let it rain like that. Don't forget the 50s, don't forget them hundreds. Blessings coming fast, we ain't waiting on nothing. Appreciate everything that you spend. When you feel generous, run it back again. Cash app, ooh. Money talk, let it flow.
Shout out to She Loyal. Thank you, She Loyal, for the $25 cash cap. You are the first cash cap of the night, and I really appreciate you. Who's going to be the first PayPal? Shout out to She Loyal. And She Loyal, I think you are. I think you do have a membership, She Loyal, if I'm not mistaken. I think you have a membership. Shout out to Felicia Burnett that just came through. Grape Tea, what's going on, Grape Tea? Great to see you, Grape Tea News in the building. Shout out to everybody that's coming through, man. I appreciate y'all. LOL, thank you for sharing. Shout out to Charmaine. Thank you. I appreciate you. Charmaine Stewart in the building. I appreciate all of y'all, man. Thank y'all. Everybody that shared the live stream, I appreciate y'all, man. So let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. We got another cash cap. We got a cash cap from the T-Lane fam. $2 cash cap. Very much appreciated. Shout out to the T-Lane fam.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you. She said, love the, T-Lane fam said, love the pivot, Freezy. Please cover Tiffany Henyard. I'm going to have to look into Tiffany Henyard because I got to catch up with a lot of stuff. But trust me, sis, we're going to be covering a lot of stuff. Shout out to you and shout out to the whole T-Lane fam. I appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
So here we go. Let's talk about it, man. Let's just kind of refresh some of y'all memory on what happened with this Carmelo Anthony situation. It might have been so long ago, some of you guys might have forgot about what actually happened with Carmelo Anthony and how he ended up in the predicament that he's in as far as the case that's going on, that's about to be going on. Well, the case that he has, but the trial that's about to be happen in a matter of weeks, right? And I think I need to refresh you guys' memory. So let's go on over here and see if you guys can, see if we can just catch up about what's going on with Carmelo Anthony and how he even got here in this situation. Here we go.
On a bright April morning in 2025, a high school track meet in Frisco, Texas turned into a scene of tragedy. 2:17. On a bright April morning in 2025, a high school track meet in Frisco, Texas turned into a scene of tragedy. Two 17-year-old students, Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, crossed paths under a team tent at the district meet. An argument over a seating spot erupted, and within
Shout out to Craft Geek. What's going on, Craft Geek? And Landon Price in the building. Shout out to y'all.
seconds, it escalated into a fatal confrontation. By the end of that morning, Austin lay mortally wounded from a stab wound to the chest, and Carmelo was in police custody, accused of murder. This true crime story isn't about hardened criminals, but about two teenagers and a split-second decision that ended one life and forever altered another. What happened that day at the track, and how did a routine school event descend into violence? Welcome to Bad Things. This episode will examine the incident with a measured, factual approach and try to determine the most likely cause to why Carmelo Anthony killed Austin Metcalf.
So, like I said, a lot of people are labeling Carmelo Anthony a murderer, right? They're labeling him a monster. I've heard all kind of stuff, right? People are even rooting for the electric chair, even though I think in the state of Texas, under the guidelines of how this happened, they can't give him the electric chair. Thank God for that, right? So here we go.
Background. Austin Metcalf. Austin was a 17-year-old junior at Frisco Memorial High School and a talented multisport athlete. Known as an honor student with a 4.0 GPA, he was recently voted his football team's most valuable player. At 6 feet tall and a star linebacker, Austin dreamed of playing college football and had drawn interest from schools for his athletic and academic prowess. He was also a member of the school's track and field team, competing at the meet that day. Beyond statistics, friends and family remembered Austin as a bright young man with a great future ahead of him. A leader of men, whose smile could light up the room, in the words of his father, Jeff. Austin had a twin brother, Hunter, who was equally close to him. The pair were
Look how big these guys is, man. People keep underestimating the size on these cats compared to Carmelo Anthony, right? That just goes out the window when people actually examine this case.
Inseparable, having been born only 2 minutes apart. Together, the Metcalf brothers shared a bond through sports and family. They had even gone on a hunting trip with their dad the weekend before the tragedy, making memories that would become all the more precious after that fateful day.
Hold on 1 second. Shout out to my sister Kimberly Johnson.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Kimberly Johnson for her $50 PayPal. Man, one of the PayPal queens. Shout out to Kimberly Johnson, man. Shout out to you, sis. I appreciate you. You know we got to represent for my sister.
Keep throwing the dough.
You already know that.
Spend that cash.
Let's go.
Support the show. Facts. Lights don't run on hope. No.
Shout out to Kimberly Johnson. Kimberly Johnson said for the $50 PayPal. Come on, man. Shout out to the PayPal crew. Kimberly Johnson said, have a great show. Much love. That's what she said. Shout out to my sister, Kimberly Johnson. She is a co-sponsor of tonight's show, and let's get it.
20s in the place, no cap, appreciate. Cash app, super chat, super stickers, memberships, PayPal's in the building, let it rain like that. Don't forget the 50s, don't forget them hundreds. Blessings coming fast, we ain't waiting on nothing. Appreciate everything that you spend. When you feel generous, run it back again. Cash app, ooh. Money talk, let it flow.
Shout out to my sister Kimberly Johnson, aka Red Scholar from Temecula, California. She is a co-sponsor of tonight's show.
Anthony. Karmelo.
Let's go ahead and put her up there right now. Here we go, Kimberly Johnson. I'm gonna put Red Scholar. There we go. Shout out to Kimberly Johnson. Red Scholar is the official co-sponsor of tonight's show, right along with the Hendon family. I appreciate y'all, man. To be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show, it has to be $50 or more. Thanks to Kimberly Johnson and the Hendon family. I appreciate y'all. Let's get it, man. Thank you, Kim. I appreciate you, Kim. Let's get it.
Precious after that fateful day. Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo, no relation to the NBA player of a similar name, is also 17 and was a student athlete attending Frisco Centennial High School. Like Austin, he was active in sports. In fact, Carmelo played as a free safety on his school's football team and was said to have received some interest from colleges, mostly Division III, for his athletic talents. Academically, family members describe Carmelo as an A student, 3.7 GPA, who even juggled 2 part-time jobs, painting a picture of a
It's a good kid, man. They've been trying to paint a picture as a thug and gangster, right? And I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Especially in the United States and the Western Hemisphere, it's very easy to put the thug label on a black kid. You know what I'm saying? But it's crazy though. Look at this kid, man. Kid was, he was a hard worker. He held down a job. Smart kid, high GPA, a lot of accolades, celebrated student in his school, man.
Hard-working teen. Those who know him assert that he's not what they're making him out to be in media narratives, and that he had never met Austin prior to the day of the incident. Karmelo's family has emphasized their faith and requested compassion, expressing sympathy for Austin's family, while also defending Karmelo's character. Everyone has already made their assumptions about my son, but he was not the aggressor, one of Karmelo's parents told the reporter, stressing that this tragedy has devastated both families. It's clear that in many ways, Karmelo was a typical high schooler with college aspirations, now thrust into a very untypical and grim situation. The backdrop for this incident was a UIL District 11-5A championship track meet at Kuykendall Stadium in Frisco. The meet brought together athletes from multiple high schools in the area. Each school's team had its own area or tent on the sidelines for students to gather between events.
Every time I think about this tent shit, I'm like, this boy, Austin Metcalf, really felt like he had the jurisdiction to walk over there and tell Carmelo Anthony he gotta leave. Like he was the police. First of all, he wasn't trespassing. Carmelo Anthony, that is, was not trespassing. Let's start there. Can we start there? Carmelo Anthony was not trespassing. I think we have to start there. Don't you think? We have to. We gotta start there. Nobody wants to start there. He wasn't trespassing, all right, under the damn school tent.
It was around 10 a.m. on April 2nd, 2025, a Wednesday, when crowds of teenagers, coaches, and some parents were present to compete and cheer. The atmosphere, initially filled with the usual excitement and nerves of a scholastic sports event, would soon turn chaotic and horrifying. Importantly, Austin and Karmelo came from different schools, Memorial and Centennial respectively, and by all accounts, did not know each other personally before that day. They only converged by chance because Karmelo was in on...
Well, let me rewind that.
Austin and Karmelo came from different schools,
right?
Memorial and Centennial respectively, and by all accounts, did not know each other personally before that day.
Okay, so by all accounts, no, I think it was said that they knew of each other, right? They knew of each other, but technically they didn't know each other personally. Shout out to Dallas in the building. Shout out to Shogun and the Shogun Swarthy in the building. What's going on, y'all?
They only converged by chance because Karmelo was in or near the tent designated for Austin's team.
Well, that's good that they didn't know each other. Let's just roll with that. They didn't know each other, just like the video was saying, because they're trying to say it could have been a premeditated thing. A lot of people was trying to paint this picture that it was a premeditated thing, that Carmelo Anthony had already premeditated. He already had some type of predisposition towards Austin Metcalf, which now we know that's not true. This was a random incident where Austin Metcalf walked up to Carmelo Anthony unwarranted,
setting the stage for the confrontation. No one present could have imagined that a minor turf disagreement in the middle of a friendly track meet would escalate to lethal violence. Timeline of the day's events. Morning of April 2nd, 2025. The track meet begins. Students arrive at Kuykendall Stadium early for the district track meet. Austin, accompanied by his twin brother Hunter and fellow Memorial High teammates, set up under the Memorial team's tent on the field. Karmelo was present with Centennial High's track contingent, wearing a Centennial tracksuit according to witnesses. Sometime around mid-morning, possibly close to 10 a.m., Karmelo ended up under or near the Memorial team's tent, seeking shade or a place to sit. This did not go unnoticed. Witnesses recall that members of the Memorial team, including Austin and Hunter, questioned why Karmelo was in their area instead of his own school's section. "Who are you?" someone asked. Karmelo replied, "I'm Mello," using his nickname. The memorial students then told him, in essence,
y'all, this is crazy, man. So, hold on, let me back it up.
School section. Questioned why Karmelo...
I need y'all to pay attention to this part. This is very important right here, right? Very important.
...was in their area instead of his own school's section. "Who are you?" someone asked. Karmelo replied, "I'm Mello."
Somebody asked Karmelo, "Who are you?" Karmelo said, "I'm Mello," using his nickname.
The memorial students then told him, in essence, that you're in the wrong spot. You need to go sit with your team.
So they're saying the memorial students then told him that you're in the wrong spot. You need to go sit with your team. That's how kids are. That's how kids get ignorant like that. That doesn't mean that he had to actually get up, right? Does that mean that he couldn't have sat down in that spot? No. All right. So I think also what I was disappointed in, a lot of adults actually started using child reasoning. Just because these kids told Carmelo Anthony to get up from his spot doesn't mean that he was required to get up from his spot, right?
As Austin's father later explained, what began as a simple request for Karmelo to move to his school's area soon escalated into an argument. Confrontation under the tent. Rather than moving away immediately, Karmelo responded confrontationally. According to a probable cause affidavit compiled from multiple eyewitnesses, Austin asked Karmelo to move from under the memorial tent, and in response Karmelo reached into his backpack and issued a warning. "Touch me and see what happens."
I don't even think chronologically it happened that way. I think he got touched first. I think that Austin Metcalf touched him first, and then he reached into his bag. But we'll see come trial time, right? And also, what a lot of people aren't mentioning is Austin Metcalf has a twin brother named Hunter Metcalf. I think both of them approached Carmelo Anthony. There are accounts that actually describe the incident where Austin Metcalf and his brother Hunter Metcalf actually approached Carmelo Anthony. A lot of people aren't saying that enough.
Into his backpack and issued a warning. "Touch me and see what happens." Those words, chilling in hindsight, indicated that Carmelo was prepared to retaliate if anyone put hands on him. At that moment, tension spiked among the small group of teens. Austin, described as a natural leader, likely felt responsible for maintaining his team's space and enforcing the request. He physically touched or tapped Carmelo, perhaps to guide him out of the tent or assertively...
First of all, you shouldn't be touching this guy. This guy had nothing to do with you. He wasn't doing anything to you. You had no reason to be even putting your hands on this guy. All right? And here's another thing. They're painting a picture as if all of the other students were sitting down and Austin Metcalf was the only one standing up over him and approached him. That can't be true because right here, the video is actually saying, it actually said that the students at Centennial, before Austin Metcalf even approached him, the students were saying, "Hey, you in the wrong spot, you need to leave." So the students were actually getting confrontational with Carmelo Anthony, right? Austin Metcalf was just trying to be Superman. But if you think that Austin Metcalf was the only one that actually approached Carmelo Anthony, you're crazy as hell. When the other students was already confronting Carmelo Anthony, that don't even make no sense that Austin Metcalf was stood alone confronting Carmelo Anthony. That don't make no sense.
Signal that he needed to leave. Carmelo did not back down. Instead, he allegedly challenged Austin further, effectively daring him. He told Austin to punch him and see what happens next. The situation was spiraling rapidly from verbal to physical. In the next moments, Austin moved as if to forcibly push or escort Carmelo away from the tent area when suddenly Carmelo pulled out a knife from his backpack. A 30-second struggle turns deadly. What ensued was brief and tragic. Multiple witnesses reported that within seconds...
Now look at this big-ass knife. This boy did not have no big-ass knife like that. I do not like this. Carmelo Anthony did not have a... Did he have a... Why would they make the knife that big? That's crazy. Carmelo Anthony had like a small pocket knife. It's crazy. He didn't have no knife that big. That's crazy. Come on, man.
Of the initial contact, Carmelo lunged with the knife and stabbed Austin in the chest. The entire altercation, from the first words to the stabbing, lasted less than 30 seconds, according to the affidavit, and this version of events was corroborated by several eyewitnesses on the field. Coaches and students nearby watched in shock as Austin staggered after the single devastating blow. The knife had pierced his heart, according to later statements by his father. Carmelo then fled a short distance from the tent amidst the commotion, dropping or concealing the knife as people began to realize what had happened. At approximately 10 a.m., 911 calls summoned police and paramedics to an incident at the stadium.
You know, me and my wife was talking about this, and she made a good point too. She was like, it's not like after he stabbed the Metcalf boy, you know, that he just kept punching him while he was down or kept stabbing him. He stabbed him one time, he hit him one time with his little pocket knife, and then he ran away. It's not like he just kept punching the boy while he was down like he was in a real fight, right? Obviously, Carmelo Anthony was not that confrontational. He was defending himself.
Immediate aftermath. Help arrives. Coaches from various schools, athletic trainers and bystanders rushed to Austin's aid within moments. Several Frisco ISD coaches encircled Austin as he collapsed, and trainers began CPR and other life-saving measures to try to stem the bleeding. In a heart-wrenching scene, Austin's twin brother Hunter was at his side. Hunter witnessed the attack.
Yeah, when you gonna tell the truth, Hunter? When you gonna tell the truth that you was over there with your brother and y'all was about to jump Carmelo together? I wonder what would have happened if Carmelo Anthony wouldn't have, used a weapon to assist himself in defending himself and just actually would have said, no, I'm not leaving. No, I'm not leaving, and let Austin Metcalf yoke him up, grab him up, and slang him around like a rag doll. And then Carmelo Anthony would have tried to fight back like a lot of these Black Coon heroes keep talking about. I wonder what would have happened. You know what would have happened? They would have stomped a mud hole in Carmelo Anthony's ass.
No Cap-tivity.
They would have jumped him and severely hurt him and put him in the hospital. That's what would have happened.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah.
And immediately pressed his hand.
All of a sudden, people just don't have common sense anymore. Shout out to Sigma Boy in the building.
Hands over Austin's wound, desperately attempting to stop the bleeding. As Hunter cradled his brother, Austin gasped for help and then went still. According to the family, Austin grabbed his chest and fell into Hunter's arms, losing consciousness within seconds. Hunter later recalled through tears, "I looked at my brother and I tried to help him, but there was only so much a teenager could do in that moment." In those frightening minutes, the track meet came to an abrupt halt as students and teachers realized a terrible violence had occurred. Some stood shocked, others screamed or ran to find help. Police encounter with Karmelo. Frisco police officers arrived on the scene swiftly after the emergency calls. They found chaos on the field. A gravely injured student being tended to, and many distraught witnesses. Officers quickly located Karmelo, who had distanced himself from the immediate area of the stabbing but had not left the stadium. A witness had pointed out a bloodied knife on the ground, which police secured as evidence, covering it with a tarp. Officers confronted Karmelo at gunpoint, ordering him to put his hands up. At that point, Karmelo did not resist arrest.
This is how much of a good kid Carmelo Anthony is. He confessed to the staff. He was like, hey, it was me. It wasn't anybody else. It was me. I did it. I was defending myself. He was crying, remorseful on the spot. Right? He surrendered. It's a good kid, man. Honest kid. Honest kid. And they can use that in court.
In fact, as the first officer approached him, Karmelo shouted a startling phrase. "I was protecting myself."
Oh, yes. Sigma Boy, they really are exaggerating this story. This is like a dramatic tale of events.
This was his spontaneous claim, that he had acted in self-defense. The officer carefully took Karmelo into custody, and while doing so referred to him as an alleged suspect in the stabbing. In response, Karmelo apparently blurted out a confession. "I'm not alleged, I did it," he said,
There you
according
go.
to the police affidavit.
This kid is honest, man. It's not alleged. No, I did it. To me, that speaks to how much integrity this kid has.
Exchange
Man.
was brief,
and they're going to continue to demonize this kid.
but telling, as Karmelo both admitted to the stabbing and attempted to justify it in the same breath. As officers escorted him off the field, Karmelo became emotional. He reportedly continued to defend his actions, saying, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to." At one point, Karmelo even asked police, could this be considered self-defense? These words, later documented in the affidavit, show that mere minutes after the incident, the 17-year-old was already grappling with the reality of what he had done and the possible justification for it. Meanwhile, paramedics rushed Austin to a local hospital. Hunter and other family members followed behind, praying for a miracle. But despite advanced medical interventions, including CPR en route and even the administration of blood by first responders at the scene, Austin could not be saved. He was pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital, a fact that would send waves of grief through the community. Theories. What led to the stabbing? Investigators and the community have worked to understand why this altercation turned deadly so quickly. Several theories and perspectives have emerged based on witness statements, the suspect's account, and broader discussions in the aftermath. We will explore these interpretations, keeping them within the bounds of known evidence, and try avoiding unwarranted speculation. Theory 1. Self-defense in a sudden fight. This is the narrative Carmelo Anthony himself put forward from the moment he was apprehended. According to this theory, Carmelo felt threatened and acted to protect himself. Supporters of this view point out that Carmelo was outnumbered, being in another team's area.
Of course he was outnumbered. Supporters of this viewpoint out that Carmelo was outnumbered. If he was under another school's tent and other students, before Austin Metcalf even approached Carmelo Anthony, confronting him about leaving, of course he was outnumbered. Of course Carmelo Anthony was outnumbered. That's common sense, right?
When confronted by Austin and possibly other memorial athletes, it's alleged that Austin initiated physical contact. He put his hands on Carmelo after Carmelo refused to move. Carmelo's family and attorney argue that he did not go to the meet intending to harm anyone, but was sitting quietly until approached, and that he drew his knife only when he feared he might be jumped or attacked by larger players.
Facts.
The fact that Austin did touch or grab Carmelo is not in dispute. By Carmelo's account, this was a trigger that made him believe he had to defend himself. His lawyer, Derek Walpole, speaking the next day, noted, "My client said it was self-defense. I don't have any reason to disbelieve that. I don't have any reason to think it wasn't self-defense at this
They had to switch lawyers because I think the lawyer he has now is called Mike something.
time. Under this theory, the knife was produced as a defensive reaction to a perceived assault. Carmelo's split-second decision to swing the blade could have been driven by panic or reflex, without intent to kill, but rather to stop the person he felt was attacking him. Those sympathetic to Carmelo also highlight his clean record and good standing as a student. They suggest that something must have genuinely scared him in that moment for him to resort to violence. This perspective does not claim that the outcome was justified, but posits that Carmelo believed he was in danger of serious harm when he struck Austin with the knife. Theory 2. An overreaction, aggressor scenario.
Okay, so we know who supports this theory.
Another perspective, shared by many witnesses and by Austin's family, is that Carmelo was the primary aggressor and grossly overreacted to a routine request. In this view, the confrontation should have remained a minor annoyance, a brief verbal dispute at worst, but escalated only because Carmelo chose to introduce a deadly weapon almost immediately. Multiple eyewitnesses attested that Karmelo issued provocative challenges, touch me and see what happens, punch me and see what happens, and was the first to brandish a weapon, even though Austin was unarmed and much of the interaction was verbal up to that point. The presence of a knife at a school event is itself seen as a red flag. He brought a knife to a track meet, Austin's father said in disbelief, emphasizing that Karmelo had armed himself at a place where weapons had no reason to be. According to this theory, Austin's actions were not intended as an attack, but as an attempt to enforce rules, asking someone to leave the team.
Oh my God. According to this theory, Austin's actions were not intended as an attack, but as an attempt to enforce rules. And people actually support this bullshit. This is crazy. This is crazy to me. According to this theory, Austin's actions were not intended as an attack. Austin Metcalf's actions was not intended as an attack, but as an attempt to enforce rules. Who made Austin Metcalf a school enforcer?
No Cap-tivity.
Asking someone to leave the team's tent, or at most a shove to remove an intruder from their area. Yo, white people, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. This is why I say what I say. White people, even white kids, they get a benefit of a doubt, right? They can get the benefit of a doubt. They can get favor. It just seems like they just get more favor, right? This is weird. And I'm gonna tell you how weird this is. Austin Metcalf was a junior. Carmelo Anthony was a senior in high school at the time. How in the hell a kid 1 year younger than me is going to enforce rules on me when he's not even an enforcer or doesn't have any type of official position as an enforcer, even at this track meet? And you're younger than me. What deemed him an enforcer? And there are black coons and house ninjas that actually support this shit. They're behind this. They support this. This is ridiculous.
Tent, or at most a shove
you don't sit
to
your
remove an
enforcer
intruder
head
from
down
their
somewhere.
area. That does not equate to a life-threatening scenario, and thus pulling a knife and stabbing was a drastic and unjustified response. In fact, some witnesses imply Karmelo might have come into the tent already agitated or looking for trouble, since he didn't simply apologize or move when first asked.
Of course they're going to paint that picture that he already came in the tent agitated. That has already been debunked because he was sitting with a friend that went to the school. He knew somebody that went to the school. Why would he just sit there alone? No, he was talking to somebody that went to the school, like a mutual friend. But of course they're going to paint a picture that he was salty, right? And he had an agenda because he's a black kid.
It's possible he interpreted the situation as an affront to his pride and reacted with anger rather than fear. Investigators noted that after the stabbing, Karmelo did not flee the premises entirely. Instead, he essentially admitted to the act, which could indicate he wasn't trying to get away with a crime.
He wasn't trying to get away with a crime. Let me rewind that.
He essentially admitted to the act, which could indicate he wasn't trying to get away with a crime, but perhaps felt somehow justified.
Let me rewind this again, man.
Which could not flee the premises entirely. Instead, he essentially admitted to the act, which could indicate he wasn't trying to get away with a crime.
He wasn't trying to get away with a crime. Which essentially indicates Carmelo Anthony was not trying to get away with a crime.
No Cap-tivity.
He admitted to what he did. He said, no, not alleged. I did it. He didn't run. He didn't go on the run. Obviously, he wasn't trying to get away with a crime. Does that not speak to this kid's integrity?
Perhaps admitted stabbing
And
Karmelo
his
did
character.
not rather than fear. Investigators noted that after the stabbing, Karmelo did not flee the premises entirely. Instead, he essentially admitted to the act, which could indicate he wasn't trying to get away with a crime,
Right.
but perhaps felt somehow justified. However, critics of the self-defense claim argue that because Karmelo had time to utter warnings and challenges, he had time to choose a non-violent path, but didn't. Self-defense under the law generally requires an imminent threat to one's life. Being pushed or even punched in a scuffle at a school event would not typically justify lethal force. Therefore, this interpretation frames the incident as a tragic overreaction by Karmelo, a moment where teenage impulsivity and the presence of a knife turned a scuffle into a homicide. Theory 3. A tragic misunderstanding and failure of conflict de-escalation. A more nuanced theory doesn't place 100% of the blame on either teen, but look
Okay, that's enough for that. That's
at the
enough
event
for that.
as a
Because
convergence of
by now we should know that Carmelo Anthony wasn't purposely trying to murder Austin Metcalf. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. And they're trying to put capital murder on this kid. You know, they thought about giving him the death penalty, even though they couldn't. You know, by law, they just can't give him the death penalty. You're demonizing this kid, calling him a murderer, a killer. I mean, it's bad. It's bad too. I'm about to show y'all this right-wing what is his name? He goes by the name of Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson, he's a YouTuber, he's a content creator on YouTube. Benny Johnson, a white guy. He's a right-wing imbecile. And I want y'all to listen to what he had to say. This guy is very bothered by Carmelo Anthony, right? He feels like Carmelo Anthony actually should get the death penalty. I want y'all to listen to what this guy had to say. He's a right-wing maniac. That's the word I was looking for.
No Cap-tivity.
Right-wing maniac. I want y'all to listen to what this guy had to say. Benny Johnson, man. I think we have either a Cash Cap or a PayPal, one of the two. Hold on, y'all. Okay, yeah, we got a Cash Cap. We got another Cash Cap by She Loyal. Said, damned if you do and damned if you don't. And that is a fact, sis. Shout out to you, man.
No Cap-tivity.
She Lawyer said, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Thank you for your $5 Cash Cap, sis. 100% agree with that. Yeah, that's the story of black folk in America. Here we go. So this is Benny Johnson, right-wing Republican. I take it. He's a conservative, right? And prepare your ears for what y'all about to hear, because this guy really does not like Carmelo Anthony. Here we go.
I hate whataboutism, but if this stabbing had gone the other way, there would be every city block burned in this country. There would already be Carmelo Anthony statues everywhere. He'd have his own pair of Nikes.
If it would have gone the other way, if Austin Metcalf would have stabbed Carmelo Anthony, it would have been Carmelo Anthony statues everywhere. What is this guy talking about? What is he talking about? Right? White people run America. Why don't y'all have any Austin Metcalf statues? You can get your people to make some Austin Metcalf statues. Why are you blaming black folk about that? Go make some damn Austin Metcalf statues. Why don't you do that? Shit. have statues. Why is this even a complaint?
Right? Like he'd have a golden casket, just like George Floyd, and there'd be parades and monuments and tears and crying.
Now all of a sudden, white people are oppressed. Come on, man.
But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, facing down the 1 year anniversary of the fatal stabbing in Texas, where Austin Metcalf was stabbed in the heart in a high school track meet because Carmelo Anthony thought it wise to bring a 6-inch blade to a track meet. And over what? Apparently over a seat. He was told to move and get.
So he brought the blade anticipating to kill someone. Right. Got it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, the lengths they will go, huh? Oh, the lengths they will go.
Out of your tent. And for speaking to Carmelo Anthony, something that is, of course, disrespect, right? Like if somebody disrespects you, then you can murder them. Ever listen to a rap song?
If someone disrespects you, no, if someone puts their hands on you and grabs you and gestures as if they're going to punch you and jump you and beat your ass, I don't see how you can just chalk that down to disrespect. That's crazy as hell. They will transform some shit quick, won't they? Won't they do it? Super chat. Shout out to the Craft Geek for a $5 super cap. I appreciate you, sis. You know I do. She said the criminalization of black boys is real. The black man is seen as a threat from preschool to old age. Not much has changed in spirit. Thank you for that comment, sis. And I totally agree.
For the thug.
Shout out to you, Craft Geek.
I'm gonna give you one more time.
Let's get it, man. We're only reading Super Caps, Cash Caps, and PayPal. We're only reading Super Caps, Cash Caps, and PayPals. Shout out to the sponsors of tonight's show so far. Red Scholar, right? And the Hendon family, $50 a piece to be a co-sponsor or official sponsor of tonight's show. It has to be $50 or more. Shout out to the whole No Cap crew, VIP crew, and mods, and working mods especially.
It's like how it goes. It's horrifying. It's certainly not the way that any civilized country can continue.
What's going on, Tandy Kane?
It'll end, of course, just like South Africa. Somebody disrespects me, I kill them. Yeah. What aboutism, ladies and gentlemen? Carmelo Anthony didn't allegedly kill Austin Metcalf. He did kill Austin Metcalf. He told the authority that he did it. 17-year-old admitted to fatally stabbing another teen boy at a track and field meet in Texas after, according to the police, "I'm not alleged, I did it," Carmelo Anthony reportedly told the cops.
He don't get no credit for that. They ain't gonna give, they're not gonna give a black kid, black man, black woman any credit for even being honest and having integrity.
Taken into custody, asked about the alleged stabbing. Anthony stabbed Metcalf in the heart, killing him. Metcalf told him he was sitting in the wrong chair at the match of the two schools. Now, the defense here says, well, wait a second. Carmelo Anthony stabbed him because Austin Metcalf is an angry, rage-filled white young boy who was trying to do some type of horrible racial hate crime against him. Well, lucky for us, there's video. They haven't released the video to the public, and I'm angry about that. Yeah, I'm enraged because we have.
I don't think you want them to release that video. I don't think you want the authorities to release that video, Mr. Benny. No, because I have a hunch that on that video is going to actually show more than one person trying to jump Carmelo Anthony.
No Cap-tivity.
I don't think you really want to see that video. I think the reason why they've been withholding the video is because it's going to actually hurt the Metcalfs. It's going to actually hurt the Golden Boys. Yeah. It's going to show that more than one person approached Carmelo Anthony. Yeah. I don't think you want to see that video, Mr. Benny.
A very, very short trial. Well, lucky for us, there's video. They haven't released the video to the public, and I'm angry about that. Yeah, I'm enraged because we have a very, very short trial and hopefully a death sentence.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? They want the death sentence for Carmelo Anthony. Did you guys hear that? They want the death sentence for Carmelo Anthony. They want to give this kid the chair. Did you hear what he said?
Carmelo Anthony. Angry about that. Yeah, I'm enraged because we have a very, very short trial and hopefully a death sentence for Carmelo Anthony. But
they don't give a damn about y'all. And I'm going to tell y'all something. The Black Coons.
And dear motherfucking house niggas. Yeah, motherfucking house niggas. Mad because everybody else don't want to be no motherfucking house nigga like you.
The Black Coons are supporting this. They're supporting this type of rhetoric. The House Ninjas, they're supporting this type of rhetoric. They don't care if this young, promising, black, intelligent young boy, well, he's a man now, because I think he just turned 18 years old, gets sentenced to death. They don't care. They're siding with this Republican maniac.
Fortunately, we don't have that.
Yeah.
I watched the footage of the
because you can't put him to death in Texas because the crime does not call for that.
It's crime that split America. What I saw shocked me, and this is how it could flip the case. There's footage of the actual stabbing and the death. Here's what the reporter saw. Why they won't release this footage to the public, I don't know.
You know why they won't release the footage? Let me tell you something. If the footage actually favored Austin Metcalf, I truly believe they would have been released the footage. If the footage actually favored Austin Metcalf, they would have already released the footage. The reason why they haven't released this footage is because it doesn't favor Austin Metcalf or his family or the legal team. It favors Karmelo. They know. Listen, common sense. I'm willing to bet everything that more than Austin Metcalf stepped to Carmelo Anthony that day. I'm willing to bet everything. Like, common sense tells me if other students had already told Carmelo Anthony to leave from up under the tent and they got confrontational, being that Austin Metcalf approached him subsequently, come on, use your common sense. There were other disgruntled students before Austin Metcalf even got near Carmelo Anthony. If you think that Austin Metcalf was the only one that approached Carmelo Anthony, you're crazy. You just refusing to really understand reasoning. Right? And I'm going to be honest with you. What's more disappointing is when we see and hear black folk not using their common sense and supporting this message that Benny Johnson is handing out right here. I think that's his name. Benny Johnson. Yeah, that's his name. Racist ass crack.
Reporters have seen it. They all have the exact same story. In a matter of seconds, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony stabs 17-year-old Austin Metcalf, transforming a rain delay at the track meet into a crime scene. The atmosphere was totally calm and uneventful. That's important, by the way. Suddenly turned to bloodshed. 40-minute surveillance video recorded from a stationary camera on the opposite side of the football field captures a 10-minute leading up to the attack and the desperate efforts by Metcalf's twin brother, who's holding him in his arm to save his life before the paramedics arrive. It's so unbelievably evil. He died in his brother's arms, right?
And they're going to make it sound so dramatic. He died in his brother's arms. And I'm not making light of it. I don't want to see anybody die. White, black, Hispanic, anybody of the sort, Chinese, Asian, whatever, Middle East. I don't want to see anybody die. Okay, he died in his brother's arm. Guess what? His brother Hunter Metcalf should have told Austin Metcalf, bro, let's go. Stop messing with this kid. That's what he should have told his damn brother. Shit.
And what was his crime? Disrespect. Listen to this. Anthony admitted to the stabbing, but he maintains that he acted in self-defense, claiming the truth will come out. Okay. Initially, Frisco police said that the altercation between the teens led to a violent encounter. However, the footage reviewed by the Daily Mail at the Independent High School District headquarters shows no obvious physical confrontation between the two prior to the stabbing. The Daily Mail did not detect anything that indicated chaos was about to ensue. Strict guidelines were enforced on viewing the footage. Reporters were only permitted to take handwritten notes and were barred from capturing or republishing stills or clips. The district allowed the limited release because the students' identities are not easily discernible in the video. It's almost like what they did with George Floyd. They released 4K high-definition video.
Why do they keep comparing Carmelo Anthony to George Floyd? I don't understand that. What does Carmelo Anthony have to do with George Floyd? Listen, I'll give it to him. George Floyd was a drug addict, right? I get it. But even though I still feel like he was unjustly murdered by the police, what does Carmelo Anthony have to do with George Floyd? That's what I want to know. The hell?
No captivity.
In order to manipulate the public and in order to put innocent men behind bars, which they did. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Austin Metcalf, because Carmelo Anthony, by the way, will potentially not receive justice because the public will never see the actual video. The jury pool will never get a chance to see the video if the defense has its way, and they'll just be able to keep raising millions of dollars for Carmelo Anthony. Here's what I mean. Judge tightens media access around security rules upcoming Carmelo Anthony trial in Austin Metcalf's death. Collin County judge has imposed a strict rule on media access, security, and courtroom conduct in advance of the trial of Carmelo Anthony and the teen accused of fatally stabbing fellow student Austin Metcalf. The district court judge, John Roach Jr., signed off on the order Friday, citing intense public interest, the need to protect jurors, witnesses, and the defendant's right to a fair proceeding. The trial is scheduled to begin on
I'm just saying, like, Carmelo Anthony was an honor student. Why would you compare him to George Floyd?
Monday, June 1st, so about a month away. According to Collin County court records, witnesses told police 2 17-year-olds argued during the meet. Metcalf pushed Anthony, and then Anthony then stabbed him in the chest. Anthony immediately complied with the officers while being detained, reportedly acknowledging what happened and saying and asking whether Metcalf would survive the incident would be considered self-defense. Of course not, because he wasn't armed. You have to have fear for your life. Somebody telling you to move your seats isn't fear for your life. Also, again, there's video of this happening. I don't know, like if it's grainy.
Hold on, wait, let me read this shit. Carmelo Anthony is facing first degree murder. The case has drawn widespread public attention, generating intense. Blah, blah, blah. What is he talking about?
Security footage, reportedly acknowledging what happened and saying and asking whether Metcalf would survive the incident would be considered self-defense. Of course not, because he wasn't armed. You have to have fear for your life.
Wait, hold on, wait. What the hell is this guy talking about? You know, just because these people be clean cut with glasses and, you know, they got proper speech, doesn't mean these people are intelligent. And y'all got to stop giving these people benefit. You can be in fear for your life if someone simply is just larger than you attacks you. You can be in fear for your life if the first person grabs you and then there are twin brothers behind them anticipating to grab you too. You don't have to actually have a weapon, you crazy idiot. Shout out to Aboriginal in the bill. What's going on, Aboriginal? You don't have to have a damn weapon. And this guy knows that he's disingenuously reporting this. And this is what I really don't like about these people, man.
Somebody telling you to move your seats isn't fear for your life. Also, again, there's video of this happening. I don't know, like if it's grainy security footage or if you can really punch in and see what's going on, but you'll be able to tell if your life is being threatened. The Daily Mail says, no, it was not. Anthony is facing a first-degree murder charge. The case has drawn widespread public attention. In his order, Roach cited it found restrictions necessary to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial. According to the order, the courtroom will open with a staggered entry. Only 9 media members will be inside the courtroom at one time. Will control the credentialing and receipting.
So listen, this is good, right? This part right here is good. This is the new news, the new update. So during the trial, only 9 media personnel can actually attend the trial, and they're going to get first seating. They won't allow any signs, any paraphernalia or t-shirt that is propagating this trial or communicating that they're on either side. They're not going to allow any paraphernalia, signs, t-shirts, or anything of the sort, which I do agree with that too, right? They're trying to keep this court setting neutral.
Proceeding, photography, video, and audio recording, live streaming, and any electronic capture of the proceedings will be prohibited. Devices will only be used.
So this trial will not be live streamed, which is probably for the best. We're going to continue to keep up with the trial, but they won't have any live stream footage inside the trial.
This is for silent note-taking and court approval. Man, this is what they're trying to do with Charlie's trial. No one may photograph, record the identity of the contact witnesses, prospective witnesses, and jurors. Media interviews are banned inside the courtroom, hallways, and restricted areas. Interviews must occur in designated zones.
No one may photograph, record, identify, or contact witnesses, prospective witnesses, jurors, or prospective jurors. Interviews with them are barred until after the trial and only if they agree. Media interviews are banned inside the courtroom, hallways, and restricted areas. Interviews must occur only in designated zones coordinated through the county PIO. Strict decorum rules apply. No reactions, gestures, talking, unrelated reading, food, drink, or distracting attire. No signs or demonstrative materials are allowed. Yeah, we just talked about that. Here we go. Yeah.
Strict decorum and rules apply. So they're blocking the public from seeing this trial.
This guy is upset about he's upset. They should block the public. They should block the public because the majority of the public that's probably going to show up to this trial protesting, acting their ass is white folk. Let's just be honest. They should block the public from coming into this trial. What we're witnessing and what we're hearing right now is the setup of how the trial is going to be for Carmelo Anthony. Right? No prejudice paraphernalia, no signs, no live streaming, no recording. Right? None of the such. Shout out to Luna Wolf in the building. What's going on, Luna Wolf? Which I think that's appropriate. Right? We got to keep this trial clean for Carmelo Anthony. Right? Because the truth has to come out. We don't need the jury being swayed one way or another. We need the jury to know the truth. And I hope that they play whatever video that they've been withholding from the public. I hope that they play that video in court so the jury can actually see the video.
It's not going to be like the OJ trial. It's not going to be like whatever Derek Chauvin trial. They're putting a muzzle on all of it because they know that this damn kid is guilty and that for absolutely no reason he ended the life of a white teenager, presumably due to a racial hate crime.
So it has to be a white teenager. Now it's a white teenager. Yo, this new age white oppression shit is really, it's really irking me, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, next we're gonna hear white people marching in the streets saying, "We shall overcome." This is ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous.
A judge tightens media access around security rules. Really? Anthony grabbed his bag, reached inside, and said, "Touch me and see what happens." According to the report, Metcalf then grabbed Anthony to give him a move. Anthony pulled out a knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest before fleeing. He just committed murder in cold blood. And now they're trying to lock down the trial and destroy any capacity that the public would have to actually see insights into the trial.
What's going on, Fendi?
I did it. What can happen to Carmelo Anthony? Thousands of people in the black community have rallied around Carmelo Anthony and given him $160,000 as a reward for murdering a white kid.
I don't think that's enough. It's not a reward. It's not as much as the white lady got for calling the young black kid a ninja in the park. She got over $1 million some odd dollars. You mad about $160,000? This dude is racist as hell.
Man, this is evil. They always use these like photos of Carmelo Anthony where it makes him look like a valedictorian. Here's Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, he's a valedictorian. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? He's a child. Kids do kid things, man. It's possible, yes, it's possible to have a picture like this on Instagram, messing around, right? In real life, you're a very intelligent kid, good kid, but, you're just living out your imagination on social media by posting a picture like this. This is very realistic, right? Very realistic. They act like this isn't realistic. White kids do it all the time. These pictures don't even matter. Why don't these pictures matter? Because in real life, Carmelo Anthony is a good kid. These pictures have no bearing on who he really is. He showed a lot of integrity after he actually stabbed Austin Metcalf in defense of his own life and ran away. He said, "No, it wasn't alleged. It was me." He showed a lot of integrity. He was very honest. These pictures have no bearing on Carmelo Anthony's character. He's a good kid, graduated with a 3.7 GPA. They're going to continue to show these pictures. This is what white folk do. We know this how they play it in the news, right? Once he gets past this trial, he's going to go to a good college and he's going to be very successful. And I'm going to be honest with you, this might be a blessing in disguise because I think that after he gets over this hump, Carmelo Anthony is going to exceed in life, exceed and succeed in life, right? This is a big wake-up call. Shout out to my sister, the voice of Venus in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Much love right back at you, sis. Shout out to Windchime and shout out to Nisha. What's going on, Nisha? And shout out to Windchime. Shout out to everybody in the building. I appreciate y'all. Let's get it, man.
Ladies and gentlemen. What can happen? He's going to be, because he was 17 at the time in Texas, the death penalty cannot apply.
He wants the death penalty
Looked at
so
the
bad.
rules. So if this occurred as minor, he will be tried as an adult.
They want to fry this kid.
You're going to.
Can you see it? Can you see it in his face? This guy's face. They want to fry this kid. They wanted this guy to get They wanted this kid to get the death penalty so bad. And it's sad. It's a shame. It's sad. And it's disturbing. It's disturbing, man.
Have to, they're going to be able to argue around the death penalty. We'll see what the prosecutors do.
Shout out to Jesse Starr in a bit. Exactly, Jesse Starr. It's typical teenage behavior to look hard. Exactly.
But Texas law, this is called a capital offense. Texas law says that if you commit murder as a minor under the age of 18, then you could do life in prison. But that the death penalty, you'd have to commit multiple murders. That's what the law says. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Shut up. Well, we got another perspective, right? We just seen the racist right-wing maniac perspective. We just seen that perspective. Let's look at it from a more sensible perspective. I have another YouTuber, right? I have another YouTuber that I'm about to pull up. And I liked his perspective, right? And I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to look at it from all sides. All sides, right? So, okay, here's the guy right here. Here's I think he goes by the name of
get
Introvert Rockstar.
stepping because
Here we go. Here's Introvert Rockstar.
and look, y'all already know on this channel we hold this racist system accountable because if we don't, who will?
Shout out to the world class in the building. What's going on, world class? Shout out to you, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Here we go. We're only reading Super Caps, Cash Caps, and PayPals. Here we go.
And if you don't like it, get the stepping because it ain't gonna stop. Now run the tape.
Frisco ISD's district track meet is underway this midday, 1 year after a deadly stabbing that shocked the community and made national headlines. The district says extra security will be in place as that meet continues today and tomorrow. The meet is happening about 10 miles northwest of Frisco in Little Elm. NBC5's Alana Quillen is live at Lobo Stadium in Little Elm with more on where the case stands. Alana?
Hey, Bianca, it's certainly a somber moment for so many families out here. This is the stadium where that event was moved to last year after that tragedy that left a high school athlete dead. Now, just to catch you up on the background of this case, Frisco Memorial student Austin Metcalf was fatally stabbed during last year's track meet on April 2nd, 2025, which was originally held in Frisco. Police say another student, then 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony from Frisco Centennial, stabbed Metcalf after an argument. Now, Anthony was indicted on a first-degree murder charge and has said that he acted in self-defense during that fight. Last summer, a judge issued a gag order preventing attorneys and anyone involved in the case from publicly discussing any details that could interfere with the legal process. Court records show that Anthony is expected to face a jury trial this summer on
I just hope the jury favors Carmelo Anthony. Shout out to the Chicago Real in the building. What's going on, Chicago?
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Chicago in the building. Here we go.
June 1st and will be tried as an adult per state law. As for today, Texas Sky Ranger flew over the track meet where we have been seeing an increased security presence just as the district did last year when they had to reschedule. Larger police presence, bag checks and metal detectors, along with marked police cars parked close to the gates out front. Now, Frisco ISD did issue a statement to NBC5 saying that the district is committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment at this event, adding that administrators are here on site and appropriate security measures will be in place. Now, this two-day meet is bringing together 8 Frisco ISD schools this week. It is expected to continue until tomorrow afternoon.
Carmelo Anthony's case just got worse. He is now being tried as an adult and is facing a first-degree murder charge, which in Texas carries a sentence of 5 to 99 years or life in prison, with the possibility of life without parole if convicted. Make that make sense. 5 to 99 years for defending yourself is crazy. But I need y'all to watch this full video.
5 to 99 years is crazy.
Because at the end, I have an
Yeah, I'll be taking call-ins. Shout out to John Gall in the building. I will be taking call-ins, John.
important short clip I want to show y'all. But how ironic, bro. It's been over a year and we still don't have one video of the incident. This is Texas, bro. They put money into the...
They have video footage of the incident, right? I remember reading the initial police report. They actually took a few students' phones. They have video footage of the incident, but they have not shown anything. I think about a year ago, they showed some type of faraway footage when it was raining, and it didn't really show anything, right? It was some type of breaking news, right? It was a 52 fake out. That's exactly what it was. But I think that they really do have up close footage of what actually happened between Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf and everybody else that was in proximity. But they're not showing it. Why? Because I really do think that it favors Carmelo Anthony.
High schools, they put money into sports, bro. They high school looks like a university, man. So it's cameras everywhere, bro. You telling me not one camera saw what happened? Not one high school kid had their phone up recording the whole incident? But don't.
Shout out to my sister Fanny P. Shout out to Fanny P. Thank you, Fanny, for your $2 super cow. She said, "Hey, Freezy and Chad."
No Cap-tivity.
Great to see you, Fanny. Great to see you. Here we go.
Don't worry, we'll talk about that later on in this video. So before I spaz out, I love when people bring the facts and not their feelings. Matter of fact, run a tape.
Carmelo Anthony case. We are going to clean up a lot of misconceptions. I keep seeing claims online being repeated over and over again, saying he was trespassing because Austin told him to leave and because there was signs that say no weapons. And then they jump automatically to that means he was committing criminal activity, so self-defense automatically disappears. And that sounds convincing if you don't actually look at Texas law, but when you look at the statutes and the argument, it completely falls apart. So we're going to walk through it together. So trespass in Texas is defined under Texas Penal Code 30.05, and the statute's very specific. A person commits criminal trespass if they enter or remain on property without effective consent, and they receive notice that entry was forbidden, or they were told to leave and refused. But the statute goes even further and explains who can actually give the notice. And
so Carmelo Anthony never received notice that he was trespassing and that he was prohibited to sit up under the tent. That's strike number one, right? Austin Metcalf didn't have jurisdiction to tell him to leave and to try to remove him. Strike number two. Come on, man.
Under 30.05B, notice must come from the property owner or someone with authority to act for the owner or certain types of posted signage.
No posted signage. No posted signage indicating that Carmelo Anthony was prohibited to be there. Strike number three.
So right away, we have a major issue with the online claim. A student at a track meet does not have the authority to remove another student from the public school property.
Facts.
Students are not property owners. They are not school administrators. They are not law enforcement, and they are not security officers. They do not have legal authority under Texas law to issue a criminal trespass notice on behalf of a school district. So the idea that just because Austin said to leave, that equals trespassing is simply not how the statute works.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And here's what's so sad about it. This is common sense.
It's waiting for the third.
It's common sense.
I'm at the car.
It's common sense.
And the sign itself simply said that the weapons were forbidden, but that sign only talks about the context of what is not allowed. He would still have to have been criminally trespassed, which means they would have had to tell him to leave because he had a knife, and he would have had to refuse to leave because he had a knife before he can be criminally trespassed. Now, the next claim people are jumping to is, well, he was committing criminal activity because of the knife, so self-defense is automatically gone. And that's also not how Texas law works. Under Texas Penal Code sections 9.31 and 9.32, self-defense can still be considered even if other issues are present. What that language mainly affects is things like stand your ground protections and presumptions about reasonableness. It doesn't automatically erase self-defense. Number one has a fair and impartial trial because he is presumed innocent until proven guilty, and it is not justice for the victims if the wrong person is behind bars or if someone is behind bars simply because of somebody's emotional opinion on a case. Okay.
Thank you. I think the Henry family wrote in the chat, 0% solid facts, 100% solid emotions. Exactly.
No Cap-tivity.
Exactly.
Okay.
And y'all already know what I say make sense. And shout out to her, man. Shout out to her because she brought facts and not her feelings. I mean, in 2026, as Black Americans, can we even trust the system, man? Because I don't put nothing past them people. These racist people would use AI technology just to make sure Carmelo Anthony is guilty. These racist people would use fake witnesses just to make sure Carmelo Anthony is guilty. And I can go on and on. But I have to be honest, that Texas racism runs deep. If you know, you know. Check this out. Black people make up about 8 to 9% of Frisco's population, but data shows they are arrested at much higher rates, especially for low-level offenses. This gap is often discussed as a racial disparity in policing and raises ongoing concerns about fairness in the system. Make that make sense. And I keep telling y'all over and over and over again, most of Texas, not all, most of Texas is sundown, bruh. Tell me I'm lying.
Shout out to Gail at night in the building.
No cap.
Anybody from Texas in the chat? Is what he's saying true? He's saying most of Texas is sundown. Is that true?
This one here for the third.
Is most of Texas sundown? Where are Texas natives at? Can anybody confirm that? I don't want to confirm this. I don't want to say this content creator is lying. Right, but it is a lot of land and space in Texas. So, hey.
So imagine you had to unallow somebody just to defend yourself, and now your parents are forced to move because they getting death threats. I told y'all, bro, racist Caucasian people, they stick together.
Shout out to El Cheapo in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah, titty. What's going on, sis? Great to see you.
Right or wrong, no matter what.
What did he say? Hold on. Let's go back. Let's see
in policing and raises ongoing concerns about fairness in the system.
What's up, Crown Prince?
And I keep telling y'all over and over and over again, most of Texas, not all, most of Texas is sundown, bruh. Tell me I'm lying. So imagine you had to unallow somebody just to defend yourself, and now your parents are forced to move because they getting death threats.
You know, when it was first brought out that Carmelo Anthony and his family had to move, man, a lot of black coons and house ninjas was saying that it was a publicity stunt on behalf of the Anthony family. You know, a lot of these people just get ridiculous, man. Some of the shit that I've heard people say is just ridiculous, you know. It's ridiculous.
I told y'all, bro, racist Caucasian people, they stick together, right or wrong, no matter what.
Let me see. DF. Let me highlight this. DF said, I'm from Texas and live in Little M near the incident. Completely false. Yeah, I just want to know. I want to hear from some people from Texas. Shout out to you for that comment. I appreciate you, man.
Super chat.
Shout out to the Chicago Realtor for the $5 super cap. He said support. Thank you, my brother.
No cap.
I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Chicago Realtor, man. We're only reading super caps, cash caps, and PayPals. Listen, we're gonna be reporting heavy on this Carmelo Anthony going closer and closer to trial. We're only about 4 weeks out. Carmelo Anthony. All right. Here we go.
And then they run to the media to control the narrative. Check this out. The Metcalf family went to the news outlets early and shared their side of the story first. In high-profile cases like this, the first accounts that reach the media often shape how the situation is initially viewed. Early coverage can influence public perception as more details continue to come out.
What's going on? What's going on, Elite Belezo? Great to see you, sis.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Elite Belezo in the building.
That makes sense.
Hold on, what did he say?
High-profile media to control the narrative. Check this out. The Metcalf family went to the news outlets early and shared their side of the story first. In high-profile cases like this, the first accounts that reach the media often shape how the situation is initially viewed. Early coverage can influence public perception as more...
They actually went... The media grabbed Austin Metcalf's parents very quick. You know, so they can sensationalize things. I don't even think... I'm going to be honest with y'all, man. Do y'all even remember seeing Carmelo Anthony's parents on, like, primetime news, like Fox News, CNN, MSNBC? All I remember was that Carmelo Anthony's parents did a press conference put together by themselves, right? But a lot of the media, they didn't hesitate getting the Metcalf family, the father and the mother, right, in front of the camera. Prime time, mainstream media. That was a great point that YouTuber brought out, man. A great point.
Super chat.
Shout out to my sister, Elite Belezo, gifting 5 new memberships.
No Cap-tivity.
Per usual, keeping our membership strong. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. And congratulations to all of the newly gifted VIPers. Nightbreaker, congratulations. John Galt, congratulations. MOP, congratulations. It's got to be more, but this all is showing me on my end right here. Yeah, and whoever the other two is, congratulations, man. Congratulations to y'all. Make sure y'all maintain your memberships every month so you can join us every Wednesday for our VIP Wednesday live streams. That's the only way you could join us on VIP Wednesday is if you have a VIP pass, which you have now. And you have the opportunity to maintain it every month so you can continue to join us every VIP Wednesday. Welcome to the VIP crew.
Welcome to the No Cap VIP Lounge. We've been expecting you.
Yeah. No Cap crew. Welcome to the No Cap crew VIP. We welcome you, we welcome you. Thank you for the love, for the loyalty. VIP, it is here for you. You show up, we see you. All love, we need you. No Cap crew, VIP. We honor you, believe you, yeah. You've been riding, you've been solid from the start. Every view, every liking from the heart. More than gold, yeah, your worth can be bought. VIP, yeah, you play your part. Oh, we don't take it light. Every day, every night. You the reason that we shine so bright. Welcome to the No Cap crew VIP. We welcome you, we welcome you. Thank you for the love, for the loyalty.
Look at that. Keep it coming, we going straight to the top. Told y'all they couldn't hold us down.
Shout out to all of the new VIP crew members, and I appreciate you. She already know I do. Elite Belezo.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's get back to it, y'all. Here we go.
Details continue to come out. Make that make sense. The cops, detectives, the coroners, the hospitals, the doctors, the news outlets, the whole goddamn town, they all on the same team, man. I told y'all, these racist towns, they stick together, right or wrong. That's why the media is...
I believe that, man. Texas is a good old boy state. I really do believe that.
So biased.
There's a lot of credence to what this guy is saying.
That's why it's been over a year and we still don't have not one video of the incident. That's why I keep telling y'all, bro, the game is not fair. The game is cold with these people. There have been rumors circling.
Not one video of this incident. And it was at a teenage event, high school event. All they do is record stuff on their smartphones. Not one video was released. All kids do, especially teenagers do, is just when a fight happens, they recording it and they're going to upload it on social media. But I remember right after this incident occurred, there was a notice put out by the courts and the police department. The courts were saying, and the police department was saying, nobody, everybody is prohibited to upload any footage of this altercation. Like they actually put fear in a lot of people uploading their footage from their smartphones onto social media. And they got on that stuff quick. It was very peculiar to me. Very, very peculiar.
Online that the Metcalf twins were known bullies, but those claims have not been officially confirmed. As the case continues to develop, more verified details are expected to come out. Make that make sense. You see the words they use, bro? Rumors. But if you go back to the videos from last year, man, you will see it's real life proof that those twins were bullies. Tell me I'm lying. Look at that face. That's the face of a bully that just got a reality check, man. And it's so crazy. The whole world has a problem when a young black man defends himself, but they only call it a rumor when Caucasian people harm black people, man. But this ain't their first rodeo, bro. This system is set up for them, man. We got to go through all types of loops, all types of detours just to get a fair trial, bro.
Yep.
Just to get a fair trial, bro, we got to go through so much just for fairness. Like I said, this is not their first rodeo. Check this out. And I told y'all earlier, bro, when it comes to Caucasian people, when they murder black people, man, it happens, but rarely they get charged with a first-degree murder, man. It's always a manslaughter. For example, this case with Daniel Penny, he choked a black man out on a train, dog. The man wasn't bothering him. He choked him to death. Everybody was just watching. They was recording. They got video and audio of this, man. And you had racist Caucasian people all across the country that donated $3 million to this dude to help him with his case, man. And they
donated $3 million to Daniel Penny to help him with his case. And Benny Johnson complained that Carmelo Anthony's family was given $160,000. Black folk raised $160,000 for him and his family. They complaining about that. Daniel Penny actually murdered this black man on the train. And white folk, well, people in general, but I can imagine it was majority white folk, raised close to $3 million for this guy. That's crazy. Man. That's crazy.
It's freezing.
That's crazy to me.
Charged him with second-degree manslaughter. That's it. And he was not guilty. He was found not guilty, man. It wasn't a first-degree murder charge. They never get charged with that, man. It's only us. Let's go to these cops. When they murder innocent black men,
they charged this kid with first-degree murder, man.
This one here for the thug.
That's crazy to me. Let me pull my mic up. First-degree murder is crazy for this kid. 17-year-old just defending himself. First-degree murder.
They never get first-degree murder. Even if it's planned, dog. Even if they got all the video, all the audio, all the evidence, it's never first-degree murder. It's always manslaughter, so they don't get all that time in prison. Even Kyle Rittenhouse, dog. This dude drove to another state to unalive people at a protest that wasn't bothering him with a rifle, dog. Still not guilty. So don't tell me nothing about Carmelo Anthony had a small pocket knife, had a small screwdriver. I don't want to hear that shit, bro. Because all these people got off and y'all had no outrage. But when it's a black young man protecting himself, defending himself, now everybody mad. But I'm not going for it. I told y'all on this channel, we hold all racist Caucasian people accountable. All I'm saying is keep that same goddamn energy, partner. And y'all already know, before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. Before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. Look, this summer, we cannot let this system railroad Carmelo Anthony. I told y'all, we all we got. This system wasn't designed for us, man. That's why you can have all the evidence. Let's say a cop unalives your family member, an innocent black man, innocent black woman. You can have all the footage. You can have everything. They go still. The highest they're going to go to charge them, they go say it was manslaughter. Even if it was planned, bruh. They go still say it was manslaughter. So it's really no justice for black Americans in this country. That's why I say we have to stick together. We can't keep moving on when stuff like this happens. We have to keep making videos about it. We got to keep talking about it, bruh. You know, that's up to us. And then I noticed something. Right after this incident happened last year, man, a witness came forward and he told the full story. And I hope that witness shows up in court on June 1st, bro.
This guy that he's about to show, the witness that he's about to show, I showed it last year, right? They had an audio of an alleged witness that was there with his kids as well, a black father that seen it, was an eyewitness of what happened between Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, and he gave his own account. But they tried to play the dude off as if it was a troll or some AI audio. No, it's a real guy. Turns out he was a real guy. Right?
I hope he shows up this summer. I'm out. Matter of fact, Run that tape.
It was raining. It got rained out like crazy bad. Everybody trying to get back to their cars. Or
this is the father that was there. This is the father that was there. They need to drag him into court because it appears he was an eyewitness and he was like feet away from the incident.
It was raining. It got rained out like crazy bad. Everybody trying to get back to their cars or get in, you know, places where they, you know, wouldn't get all extra wet. Dude was sitting up under the tent, right? He was on his phone, right? My daughters was up under the same goddamn tent. Yeah. So I'm paying attention to my kids, but at the same time, they're in the same vicinity. So I'm watching everything going on around it because I'm there for my children. So dude walks up. McKellen, bro, he wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent.
Austin Metcalf wasn't even under the tent when the initial students that went to Centennial was asking Carmelo Anthony, telling him, hey, you need to leave. So essentially what happened, let's just use our spidey senses. Let's just use our common sense. Austin Metcalf heard his classmates under that tent telling Carmelo Anthony to leave, and he wanted to be Superman and walked over to the tent to try to show everybody that he's Big Bag Metcalf.
No Cap-tivity.
And tried to physically remove Carmelo Anthony. This black father was there.
And walk. So I'm watching everything going on around it because I'm there for my children. So dude walks up. McKellen, bro, he wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent and walked over there. They intentionally went over there to this kid, man. Dude was sitting there on his phone just trying to get dry. You feel me? One thing went from another. They grabbed this man and they tried to punch on dude. Dude went in his bag and whatever. They went to try to jump this dude and punch on this dude, man. And he protected himself, dude. That's what happened. Yeah. It wasn't just one. It was both of them, bro.
Haven't we been telling y'all this? Haven't we been telling y'all this? It wasn't just Austin Metcalf. It was both of them. Austin Metcalf and his brother Hunter Metcalf. And who knows if there were other students that went to the same school involved. I pray that the courts do not suppress all of this footage. I think it's going to be an open and shut case for Carmelo Anthony. He's a good kid. He's not a problematic kid. He's not the thug that they've been trying to paint this picture of. 4 weeks to trial.
I'll try to jump this dude. One thing went from another. They grabbed this man and they tried to punch on dude. Dude went in his bag and whatever. They went to try to jump this dude and punch on this dude, man. And he protected himself, dude. That's what happened. Yeah. It wasn't just one. It was both of them, bro. Austin, that dude that's got unalive, and his brother,
wow,
physically went over there to intentionally. It's not to the point that he brought a knife. For one, it wasn't on school property. The school is at least 5 to 10 miles away.
I remember when, I think it was Fox News, either CNN or Fox News, they had interviewed Hunter Metcalf and his mother. And they had somebody else in the room trying to coach them on what to say. It was very weird and cringe. But Hunter Metcalf basically was alluding to he was helping his brother, you know, go against Carmelo Anthony. And then they made him change his story. I think he did like 2 interviews. The first interview, he was alluding to, you know, it was both of them, him and his brother, that approached Carmelo Anthony. And then the second interview, he changed his story. This guy's account that he's giving right now sounds accurately like the first story that Hunter Metcalf gave on his news interview. I'm telling y'all, it's a lot of foul play. Definitely.
It was community track meet, bruh. It wasn't a school track meet. So he had the right to have a knife on his person, bro.
We're going to take calls. I don't know should I take calls or should I just put a link in the chat? You know, I think I'll just put a link in the chat, man. I think I'll put a link in the chat. Here we go. Here's the link. There's the link in the chat, y'all. Anybody can hit the link. I'm pinning the link to the top of the chat. Let me see. Let me start a poll too. Do you think Carmelo Anthony will be found let me see, innocent, guilty? I want y'all to participate in this poll right now. The link is in the chat. I'm gonna give you guys some time to hit the link to see if anybody just has any opinions and want to come up and talk to your brother Freezy. Don't be afraid. You know, hey, I'm down there, brother. I wanted to discuss and I want to get a pulse on what everybody thinks as far as what's going on with this Carmelo Anthony situation. 4 weeks till trial. This is very highly anticipated case, Carmelo Anthony. Now, I'm pretty sure that he's nervous. I'm pretty sure his mother, his father, right, brother is nervous, man. Family, nervous. I know if I was Carmelo Anthony, I would be nervous, you know. But I want to hear from you guys, man. Promising kid. I think schools have already sought after him, you know, to attend. Very smart kid. Doesn't have a record. Not a troublemaker. Great report at school. Right? And if I'm not mistaken, I think the Metcalf brothers have a history of bullying. They're not even talking about that. Metcalf brothers have a history of bullying. You know what I'll do? I'll also open up the call line as well, just in case somebody wants to call in. Yeah. So the call lines are open as well, too. As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to just... Gail, I think I'm going to just do the call line. Gail. No. I'll just leave it up there, Gail. Leave the link up there, Gail. But anybody can call in. Anybody can hit the link. If I get more people that hit the link, you know, I'll just shut the call line down. You guys can hit the link and you can just come up. I'm a little nervous for the kid. I'm gonna tell you why I'm a little nervous for the kid, because it's in Texas. He's 18 years old and he's already graduated. I don't think they're going to show a lot of sympathy. A lot of white people want this kid to fry. A lot of white people want this kid to fry. A lot of black coons and house ninjas want this kid to fry. They want him to get life in prison. They essentially want his life to be over. Simply, you know, the way a lot of people on that side of the fence are attacking this is an eye for an eye, right? Because Austin Metcalf resulted in actually dying, a lot of people aren't trying to be, what is the correct terminology? A lot of people aren't trying to be genuine about the situation and actually using their brains to really break down what really happened. And instead, they're saying, hey, Austin Metcalf lost his life. Carmelo Anthony needs to lose his life. That's essentially how a lot of people are looking at it. Right? Nobody's really taking into account what actually happened, the chain of events. Nobody's taking into consideration the chain of events. You know, not nobody, I'm just saying, I'm just speaking in general. Newsflash, just in case anybody doesn't know, in confrontations, potentially someone could lose their life. That doesn't mean that the person that caused another person to lose their life is guilty of murder. We can understand that any other time, but it's just hard for some people to understand that now. Newsflash, in an altercation, especially a physical altercation, where this was a physical altercation because Austin Metcalf actually put his hands on Carmelo Anthony. Not only just put his hands on Carmelo Anthony, not only that did he touch Carmelo Anthony and push him and shove him, he grabbed him. Imagine you getting grabbed like this. Did you hear how hard and how loud that was? Imagine somebody yoke you up like this. What do you think is going to come next? I've seen people get grabbed like that, and guess what? What came next wasn't pretty. Stomped to oblivion. Stomped to oblivion. Shout out to my brother, John Go in the building. No Cap-tivity. You know what? I'm gonna close down the phone line, John, since you made it up here. Anybody else, you guys can hit the link. You guys can hit the link. And like John did, I'm gonna just close down the phone line. John, first off, how you doing this evening, John?
Oh man, one day at a time, man. I can't complain.
Yeah.
How about you, Freeze?
I'm doing pretty good.
Job,
Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
I wanted to compliment you, man. You've been doing a great job, man. You know, I've been saying it for a long time. You have some very good productions. I hope you've inspired other, Black YouTubers to step their game up.
I'm really trying, John. The hate is real, John. I'm just saying.
But they can hate, but they gotta appreciate, what you're doing very well.
Appreciate that, John.
I think they need to tip their head to that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I know you don't shy away from, your true thoughts, John, on this, and I think you've reported on this in the past as well too, as far as Carmelo Anthony. This whole incident is very polarizing, which I expect that. We live in United States of America. We're getting closer, moving closer to the trial. And the news just reported that all of the stipulations in the trial, no lie, it won't be live streamed, right? No negative paraphernalia, t-shirts, signs, of anything of the sort in the courtroom. And they will allow like 9 media personnel to have first seating in the court. It's going to be a closed court. Do you think that actually helps Carmelo Anthony or it hurts Carmelo Anthony?
Well, I think for the greater society, it's probably not good, right? The more transparency, the better. I think the evidence, whatever it is gonna speak for itself.
Yeah.
If he was assaulted and he was exercising self-defense, Texas is pretty lenient as it relates to self-defense. I don't think race will come into it, to be honest with you. If he was, But man, I want to throw a curveball to you, honestly. And here's the curveball that I think probably a lot of the black people in your chat and all over the country. Why was he going to that school? You ever been to Dallas before?
No, I've never been to Dallas.
I've been to Dallas. I got friends there. I got friends living in Oak Cliff, South Dallas, wherever. I can't remember the name of it, but I definitely remember Oak Cliff. But he lived in an area with very few blacks. Why is that?
Well,
right?
They said that his dad worked for a car car lot company, and his dad made a substantial amount of money. Was making a lot of money. So,
but the odds are they weren't rich, right? Probably weren't rich. The odds are. So they probably were. If you want to be fair, and this is not criticism.
No, go ahead. I'm listening.
They probably were living a little bit over their heads.
Think so?
Probably running. Listen, I'm a landlord. They're probably running from people. Didn't want their child to go to school with people that look just like Karmelo. This is just the raw honesty. No one wants to talk about these things. I understand. But every day I take calls from black people who don't want to live around other black people. That's real. The Carmelo Anthonys chose to go live in an area where there's a majority white. And black people, I deal with black people every day, bro. It's my business. I know how to talk to black people, what not to say to black people, what I can say to black people, when to back off, man, my bad. They understand. But we have different temperaments. And you put a black boy who may not be as rich as some of these white kids, and it's a fairly affluent area. I mean, it's a powder keg, honestly.
So Carmelo Anthony went to Centennial High School, and so I actually got that wrong. When I was reviewing the video, I was saying Austin Metcalf was a Centennial student. No, Carmelo Anthony actually was a Centennial student, and Austin Metcalf was a Memorial High School student. Centennial, are you saying Centennial High School is like a...
Look up the demographics of the school.
High grade high school or whatever? Let me see. Is
you
Centennial
look at the
High School in
neighborhood.
Texas a very good quality school, or what should I have said?
Is it in a high performance school or whatever
So it's
they
saying
call it?
Centennial High School in Frisco, Texas is considered a high quality institution.
Right. Yo, it's in
Frequently
Frisco,
ranked
huh?
among the best public schools in Texas for academics and college preparation, particularly in STEM.
Now, what are the demographics of Frisco? That's where Deion Sanders lived, I think, at one point. What do you think the demographics of Frisco is?
Probably mostly white.
Right. So you have to ask yourself again, like, why are these blacks running to these exclusively white areas? And again, they probably didn't have the kind of money of the Frisco people. It's not putting them down, just saying in reality, they probably weren't as rich as those people.
Yeah.
A lot of blacks are shooting over their heads, trying to get away from the Carmelo Anthonys. These things this is just true. I live in D.C. They're proposing a youth curfew. Most of the kids look just like Carmelo Anthony. What, are you trying to say they look different from him? They look just like him.
I think how much money his parents probably had or still have is kind of speculation. We do know that they did have enough money to live in that area. And reportedly, his dad was making a lot of money. He had just got a promotion. And they wasn't hurting for anything. I think, the woman that Carmelo was calling his mother at the time, I think it was his stepmom, right? Yeah, they weren't hurt for anything. And I think that we should give them credit where credit is due for his father to be able to furnish that type of lifestyle and comfort for his family, especially his kids, right?
We don't know how comfortable they were. And then, freezing, it's all relative, man.
I agree.
I may provide a comfortable living for my kids.
Yeah.
But I live in New York.
Well, I'm pretty sure there are other parents of other demographics, not just black, right? That went to that have kids go to that school. Even white people that probably had an honest living, might not be rich, but wanted their kids to go to Centennial.
Think about all them Indian.
Shout out to
kids
Luna
down there
Wolf in the building. What's up, Luna Wolf? And Isha,
in Dallas,
and Isha's so lovely. Shout out to you. Go ahead, John. My bad. I'm sorry.
In Dallas, there are a lot of Indians down there. A lot of oil money. Like, it's a lot of money down there. The odds are Carmelo Anthony family was not soaking rich. right? Those are the odds. Like, here's another thing I'll point out to you. How much money did his family raise?
Well, I just heard Benny Johnson, the content creator that I just reviewed, said that black folk raised $160,000 for Carmelo Anthony.
What is that? That's a pittance. I've been on trial before. It cost me $50,000 for a gun charge. This boy here facing serious murder charge. And all the black people can come up with was $100,000? Bro, like they done burnt through that. The lawyer done burnt through that already. Filing motions to make sure he get appeals if he's convicted, right?
Yeah.
Anybody else been on trial, you know how it works.
So this says a fundraiser on, and shout out to House of Hypocrites. He said they were extremely comfortable. They were near upper middle class household. That's what he's saying about Carmelo Anthony.
Man, like, bro, what's upper middle class today? I'm not putting them down. Don't get me wrong. But what's upper middle class?
Upper middle class is definitely, I think upper middle class is definitely in the six-figure range, probably like $200,000, something like that.
Bro, you get hit with a murder charge, that six figure, you're going to be like, you have nothing to defend yourself unless you go to public defender.
It could get, yes, I agree with that. It get costly, right? And I'm going to show you this right here too, John.
They've been living like they weren't facing murder charges. They got cars and houses and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like, they got expenses, right?
Yeah. So I'm going to show you this, John. Let me put you right here, John. Let me show you this right here, John. I'm going to just put your initials, JG, right here. And here we go. So look at this, John. Look at this. So right here it says a fundraiser on Give Send Go for Carmelo Anthony, the 17-year-old charged for murder in Texas track meet stabbing, raised over $500,000 by late May 2025 to cover legal defense, relocation, and living costs. So at the time, they were able to raise over $500,000. The total exceeded $515,000 by early May, with some reports indicating an initial goal of $600,000. So the $160,000 might have came later. That might have been, closer to now the $160,000. So it's safe to say that the Anthony family has raised probably close to $700,000 or $600,000.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Yeah. The thing is, man, like, again, the bigger question I have is like, and I live in a black community. Why won't the blacks live around their own? I think a lot of these problems would be resolved. This wouldn't have happened if he was in a black school, because you just know how to talk to each other to avoid these type of things. But carrying a knife to a school meet, initially they were trying to say it was a damn spike sharpener or something like that. If you get back to the point of the income, let's say they're making six figures, 200,000. I'm not sure if the mom was working. That's not a lot of money. Living in Frisco, like, you're down probably at the lower end. Honestly, it's just very wealthy people live there. And so you're going to a school where you probably, down at the bottom, relative to everybody else. This wealth is all relative these days. And so I think that has an effect on the temperament. I think, if I were to be fair, I think blacks have a different temperament just in general. We're different people than white people. It's not saying one better than the other, but there's certain trigger words and things you just can't say to black people. You have to be honest.
Yeah.
And telling a black person to move or something like that, you better say it the right way, right? Or it could be a problem. These things are true. And I think they bumped into a culture clash there, to be honest with you.
I agree. Do you think that the chain of events matter, John?
Yeah, I do. Like, let's say he stabbed him 5 times.
Yeah.
And that shows you, like, maybe a level of aggression that goes beyond self-defense, right? I think it's fair to say he probably stabbed him multiple times. Would you say
the
that's fair?
report says he only has 1 stab wound, and there's a lot of accounts that say that Carmelo Anthony hit him once and then ran. He stabbed him once and ran.
That was a lucky stab. You know what's interesting? Like, I committed a crime. Well, I was accused of committing a crime.
Allegedly.
And well, I got found not guilty. And but you know, honestly, and this is for your audience, you know what saved me from being found guilty?
What was that?
Was I didn't run.
Wow, really? What?
Cap-tivity.
I did not run. Because running implies guilt.
Wow.
You understand? Wow. Like, I'm on trial. The jury saying, well, what did he do when you accused him of this? He stood there and said, I didn't know. Right? There was no intent. I didn't run because I didn't know I committed the crime. In Carmelo's case, I was defending myself. What the hell I'm running for? Right? That's an
You
argument.
think it helps
like,
Carmelo that he didn't? Oh, so you're saying that he shouldn't have ran?
It hurts that you ran.
It hurts him that he ran.
Right. It hurts that you ran. Like,
so if you was in fear for your life and you wanted to get away from a hostile scene, would you blame someone for running away from that hostile scene?
Think about it. When you pull out that knife, man, people running from you. Right? Like, after you hit the first man, everybody else scattering. Just think about it. Like, that's what the video probably is going to show. People aren't running to a man, wielding a knife. They're running away from him. And so that's that would seem to make sense to me. That doesn't say he's not exercising self-defense. But
let me ask you something, John. Have you ever got jumped before?
Yeah, hell yeah.
So let's say more than one person is trying to make physical contact with you and harm you severely.
Mm-hmm.
And you felt in your pockets and you felt, you were able to feel like something sharp that where you could actually hit somebody with to just get at least the initial attacker off of you. When you see, you see what's about to transpire. You see you about to get your ass whooped. You're like, it's more than one person is approaching you, and you see the potential of this whole situation, but you're able to get at least one person off you, the closest person off of you, by stabbing them one time. Are you going to sit around while the other people to see what the other people are going to do, or are you going to run? After you created space, are you going to sit there or are you going to run?
In that environment, like, again, like, I'm not saying he's guilty by running. I'm not saying he's, innocent by running. In that scenario you painted, it's a tricky situation because, again, everybody else is going to scatter, and it's really going to matter frame by frame. It's probably going to be 3 seconds that determine Carmelo's fate. When did he go for the knife? Was the guy retreating when he stabbed him? Or was he on top of him? Were they in a mano-a-mano tussle or 2-on-1? Were they getting the best of him? Like, it's really gonna matter, I think.
So let me ask you something. You know what imminent danger is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me ask you something, John. How much
I think I lost you.
Shout out to Craft Geek in the building. What's going on, Craft Geek?
Now you go ahead. What you saying?
Hi.
How much? Shout out to you, sis. Let me ask you this, John. How much do you weigh, John?
About 175.
So you're pretty thin
I'm
guy.
not a big guy.
Right,
Yeah,
you're not.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big guy.
If two guys approached you that was over 225 pounds, two of them, and they were getting pretty aggressive with you, and they was gesturing towards you like they wanted to cause some serious harm. If you, I mean, what would you do, John? Let's say you had a knife on you, and
Texas,
one
you
of
gotta
them,
fight
one
and
of them
change.
was able to get close enough to grab you and actually latch on to you, right? So to prevent you from pulling away from the harm or walking away, would you just, take this so-called honorable approach that people been speaking of and actually fight these two 200 and over 230 pound guys, over 225 pound guys? Or how would you handle that situation, John?
Personally, I would try to de-escalate it. That's just me.
After they grab you like this here, John?
Well, I'm assuming that, from what I've heard, they asked him to leave the tent, right? You ask the black person to leave somewhere. If you don't ask them in the right tone of voice, you're going to get some resistance. And so if you asking me, I probably would have been, okay, yeah, mollify the guy. Hey, all right, man, cool. But I'm assuming that there was some kind of resistance.
Let's set the scene properly. Let's set the scene properly. Yes, students was, they got a little hostile with well, I don't know if hostile, but they asked Carmelo Anthony. There was some students asked Carmelo Anthony that go to Memorial High School because he was sitting up under the Memorial tent. He doesn't go to that tent, but word is he was talking to a mutual friend that actually goes to Memorial High School. He wasn't just there antagonizing people. He actually had a person that he knows that went to that school, and he was sitting there talking to a fellow student that went to Memorial High School. Now, we don't know how this could have went. The student that actually goes to Memorial High School could have been saying, hey, bro, you don't have to go anywhere. You're here talking to me. You're my company. You don't have to go anywhere. Right? It could have been some racist white kids telling him, hey, man, get up from behind our tent. Leave our tent. Right? And the eyewitness that actually spoke, a black father that was there in the stand, said Austin Metcalf heard the commotion and came over. He wasn't even under the tent. He came over and tried to be Superman. And that's how the confrontation started. So the point I'm asking you is, if that is true, hypothetically, right? Because all of this is alleged. If it's true that Carmelo Anthony was talking to a friend that went to Memorial High School, and he wasn't there to cause trouble, the police didn't tell him or prohibit him to leave the tent. There was no signage or signs that prohibited him from being up under the tent. There was no order, right? Or no school patrol that told him he can't be up under the tent. It was just mere students hating.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't think any of that's gonna matter.
It's not gonna matter.
I think it's all gonna matter down to like the 3 or 4 seconds before, they proceeded the altercation, and what led up to, did Carmelo was he threatened enough to stab the guy? He had a weight. He was outsized.
Does it matter if it was raining?
I don't think it matters.
That don't matter either. Okay.
I don't think so. But I think the size does matter, right? He doesn't look to be a big guy, Carmelo.
He's not.
You're approached by two 200-pound guys, like they could really do some serious damage to you.
Yeah.
Do you have to wait on them to do the damage to you? I don't think so. If he had a gun, it'd have been a little bit clearer, but with the knife, it's a little bit more up close and personal. And so I think I think for a lot of people, you know, here's what I say, man, Freezy.
Well,
I think
the only reason why it was up close and personal, I'm gonna get Craft Geek in here too. The only reason why it ended up being up close and personal is because the Metcalf twins approached him and grabbed
that's what
him.
I mean.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. Well, you pull a gun, people might back off, and you don't have to shoot.
Oh, he would have been in prison if he had a gun at a school event.
Well,
yeah, he gone.
Well, okay. Well, the same thing would apply to a knife, but the gun, he would have been just in prison for the gun charge. Cool.
No,
okay,
he wasn't. The reason why he would have been more guilty with a gun is because he would have been a 17-year-old high school student with a gun. You're not supposed to have a gun, but he was not prohibited to have a utility knife. That wasn't against the law. You know what I'm saying?
It probably, in reality, it probably was against the rule. They don't mean it was against the law to bring a weapon of that sort to school, on a school ground, school sanctioned event. That was probably the reality of the matter. But nevertheless, that doesn't. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Do you want people bringing knives to a track event? Probably
when I was in
not,
school, I'm gonna tell you, I went to school a long time ago, high school. People brought pocket knives to school all the time, and utility knives, and with little can openers on it, especially the white boys. Especially the white boys.
But today, it's like they walk around with clear backpacks on, where you gotta look, where you can look through their backpacks. So things are different.
We did the research already. It's not against school rules to have a utility knife. You can have a knife. You can have a utility knife under 6 inches. I read the rules on that, so it's not against even school rules to have a utility knife under 6 inches. Let me get Craft Geek into the comment. Craft Geek, thank you for being here, Craft Geek.
No Cap-tivity.
What's your initial thoughts, Craft Geek?
I really wanted to play the other side of the devil's advocate and advocating for Karmelo that he belonged at that school. I went to a predominantly white school, and my parents chose to send me to that school because of the education that I was able to obtain there. And what you consider STEM now, when they first started GATE programs in the 80s, that was me. And it was 12 of us, and we were bused from 12 different little locations around the west side of Fresno, and they took us all the way over there with all them predominantly rich white kids. And when you get around those kids, they already have a sense of ownership over their own poor. And when it comes to us, number one is, how dare you even show up to our school? What makes you think you belong here with us? And so when those boys approached him, if it's in a similar socio-economic dynamic that pretty much still exists today as it did in the 80s, then yeah, they're going to approach Karmelo and, what you doing here? And they're going to have a sense of ownership over him because they talk to us like they still own us in some aspects, and especially in certain regions of this country. And when it comes, and then depending on how much money they have, or really how much popularity they have as well, they'll utilize that in trying to run over us. And so as a track athlete as well, you're going to find yourself making friends with competitors, and you're going to find yourself around people at other schools that you may or may not get along with as far as schools, and they might be rivals or whatnot. And yeah, they may have felt that he didn't belong underneath their tent, and they could have said something to him while he was speaking to a mutual friend and whatnot. But when those two young men approached him, that boy was smaller than them, and in a flight or fight mode, yeah, he probably would have had the instinct to pull out a weapon, because my mom always taught me to get an equalizer if I feel like I'm gonna get beat. And so I'm not going to run from a fight, because they're going to chase you down. You're going to have to face them regardless. One day or another, you're going to have to face them. And so he probably stabbed that boy and didn't think that he hurt him in the way that he did. And that's why he didn't run. And in regards to the trial not being public, I think that does a disservice to us socially as a society, because, judges play a big role in these cases and how they go down. That one little white boy, Kyle, when he decided on his own that he wanted to go and play police and show up and kill those protesters. I forget his last name, but you know, the judge, he had put forth different parameters to where the people that Cal killed couldn't be called victims. And so we don't know what type of parameters this judge is going to set forth in this case that could put Anthony even further behind the 8 ball.
Well, one of the reasons why.
Let me ask you this, John. Let me ask you before you go, John. So, being that you were put in that type of environment because your parents wanted you to be at a higher level education, school or academy, you're saying that you're not foreign to experiencing some hostility from other racial groups. So you're saying that that's not that's not uncommon. That's what you're saying, Craft Geek.
That is what I'm saying. That's why I said that the spirit really hasn't changed. There's some aspects in society where, in regards to the race relations that we have primarily with white people, there are some things that have changed, but the undercurrent is still the same. There's still a high level of hostility between us where they don't feel like we belong in their neighborhoods. And yeah, I can agree with John in some aspects, because me and a couple of my friends, we had a discussion in the aspect that, yeah, we do leave, because my parents lived on the west side, which was the black area of Fresno. So even though, like I said, we were bused across town and whatnot to go to these schools, and we were part of some of the first and whatnot, you know, a lot of the intelligence as far as Gen X, we left the hood. We left the hood because we didn't feel. I grew up in the whole gang and crack era. So it's like you're seeing the people you play with after school and on the weekends growing up to be Bloods and Crips and gang and drug dealers and going to YA, which is youth authorities, you know what I'm saying? And then ending up in prison and whatnot. You watching other kids' parents turn into zombies and whatnot.
But Freezy, this is the
to have my mom and dad and everything.
This is the crux of the problem here.
Oh, I'm
this is
sorry.
the crux
I
of the
didn't mean to
problem.
cut you off, sir. Go ahead.
This is the crux of the problem. She's boiling it down. Like, her family bust her, did whatever they could to get her away from blacks, around whites to go to school. Right? And in doing so, what happened? They picked on her, called her names and all that kind of stuff. Was it worth it? Was it worth it for you?
Sir. Now I'm gonna cut you off the way you cut me off, because it
was fair
worth
enough.
Because what it did was my father prepared me to be amongst those white people. So when I came home, there was a second education that I received as well. And also my father going there, it made me even more prepared to deal with corporate America and the chess moves that you have to make when you're dealing in a white supremacist capitalistic system that we navigate through to this day. And we have been in some aspects wrong in that the intelligence will leave the black community in an effort to get away from the ills that take place, because we may not have the skill set or may not believe that we're able to make the necessary changes or get enough people to come work with us to make some of the necessary changes to where we don't have to be afraid that if we build a house in the black neighborhood that we're not going to get robbed by our own. So it's like, do I set myself up to get jacked and deal with these haters in my own community, or do I go deal with these white folks that ain't going to talk to me, that ain't going to deal with me, but they're not going to rob me? And then at the same time, if tensions get high,
let her finish, John, because I'm gonna let y'all have a back and forth, John.
That they want to push the issue and cause some type of violence towards me. So, you know, it's a catch-22, but at the same time, I understand why some black families will leave, because they want to live. They want to give their children a chance to go farther than what they have. So yeah, and my parents stayed on the west side. So I still had to grow up on the west side, and I still had to deal with being amongst black people. And I know what it's like to have black friends that parents have chosen to live with white people. And some of my black friends that lived amongst white people felt that we were different because of our education and some of the other experiences that we had that our other friends, that other black people didn't have. So it is a difference in the education system, because when you're in the 5th and 6th grade and you're learning what kids in high school are learning. My dad was a football coach. So I'm sitting up here tutoring 9th, 10th, and 11th grade boys on math that I learned in the 4th and 5th grade. And we're getting introduced to algebra in the 6th grade. They wasn't doing that for them kids on the west side of Fresno. They didn't even really, the only black people that really knew how to deal with a triple beam scale was drug dealers. They wasn't learning chemistry and having access to those type of things. They wasn't being taught how to read the stock market in the 6th grade. They wasn't taught. White people teach their kids how to run this society. They teach black kids how to labor in this society. They get the bare minimum. And his parents may not have wanted the education at the school that they grew up in or whatever black area was near them. They may not have felt that that school was good enough for their children. So they opted to put their children in a school system that would be conducive to their success. That's one of the duties that you have as an adult, is when you have children up underneath you, is to put them in an environment that's conducive to their success. And unfortunately,
let me get John to respond.
That type of environment in the black community that is conducive to the success.
Let me get John to respond to you, Craft Geek. Let me go ahead, John.
No Cap-tivity.
And shout out to Swarthy. Shout out to my ox Swarthy in the building. What's going on, Swarthy? Go ahead, John.
I mean, basically, she made my point. She said, I'd rather deal with the troubles of going to a white school than deal with the problems of being around blacks and going to a black school. You're not going to learn anything, so on and so forth. Blacks got to solve that problem because, look at what she had to go through, right? She said, well, I had to do this to make it through corporate America. Okay, that's because there's no black corporate America. There are no black liquor stores. There's no black corner stores. Whenever I walk out of my house and I live in the ghetto, I don't spend any money with blacks. Everything being sold is by Arabs and Ethiopians. That's the problem that you're going to have to solve. Otherwise, you're going to keep sending your children to white neighborhoods getting mistreated. And on the extreme, you're going to have the Carmelo Anthony type situations.
Swarthy, give me a thumbs up if you're okay with coming up on camera. Okay. So I don't think that black kids should be prohibited from going to higher learning institutions, better quality institutions to improve their education for the fear of white folk being ignorant. Right?
Well, why are they running from the blacks? The bigger question is, why are they running from the blacks? Why can't they get this in their own schools? For the most part, they're running away from the schools in their own neighborhood, not because of the academics, it's because of their behavior. We got to be honest. They don't want to send their kids to the schools with the black kids who are behaving poorly. The middle class, the blacks who are out here trying their best. They don't want to send their kids to school with Carmelo Anthony or Trayvon Martin. And so they move away and they scrimp and save and spend their last dollar to pay the rent. Because remember, Carmelo Anthony's family was renting. They didn't own that house. They didn't buy a house out there in that neighborhood. They were renting. These things are the facts.
But I don't think they're running away from the blacks.
Well, you think they're running for moving to a white ass neighborhood like that?
I think they're running away from deprivement or, lower conditions. I don't think it's, they're running away from black people. Like even let's say me myself. If my parents, I grew up poor. My parents didn't have the resources to actually put me in a private school, that's going to actually groom me better for higher learning. But if they, let's just say they would have had those type of means. Because, and here's the thing, right? I was in the gifted program, so I did have to go to a different school every Wednesday, outside of my normal school, my public school I was going to. But I don't think it was being that my parents okayed me to be in the gifted program that I was running away from what you would call the blacks. I got along with all of my peers in my neighborhood, and I'm pretty sure Craft Geek probably still knows some people in their neighborhood too. I don't
Freezy,
think
I
I take
love
Craft
you.
my hood. Let me help you out real quick. I was
Well,
the
let me
cutest
let me
crip
let me
on the
land
block,
this. I don't think
and
she was
so
running away
it's not
from
about
the
running from the
blacks.
blacks.
I don't think she was running away from the blacks. I just think that, we have to call it for what it is. Some areas, some places have better quality than others. You know what I'm saying? That's true with grocery stores. That's true with school systems as well. You know what I'm saying?
Let
That's
me
true
explain
with
something to you.
restaurants. Let me let Craft Geek go, and then I'm gonna get
Okay,
Swarthy
look.
in, and then you can go. John, go ahead, Craft Geek.
There was a reason why my parents kept us on the west side. My daddy didn't want me to be whitewashed, and he didn't want me to grow up thinking I was better than, and I don't, and I never it wasn't about running from black people. It wasn't that my parents wanted to disconnect me from, I'm gonna always be black to the day that I die. What they wanted to do was, for example, why would my daddy want to keep me in a school where I'm in the third grade and I'm going to a sixth grade class for math. And then I'm in a sixth grade class for math and for reading, and I'm only really in my class for the Pledge of Allegiance and for arts and crafts type stuff. And so and then he didn't want me to be jumped up to the fifth or sixth grade because he wanted me to grow socially in this, like, in rank with other kids my age. He didn't want to put me with kids that were older than me. So it made sense to him to put me in a school that could challenge me. And the education that I got at that school was phenomenal. And from that elementary to the junior high that funneled into it, it was phenomenal. So unfortunately, we haven't built those systems. And so it's not about leaving the people. It's about leaving the school systems that lack the tax dollars and the teachers that can provide the education.
Freezy, if I can jump in here,
Go ahead. Then I'll let
again,
Swarthy
man,
go after you. Go ahead.
Freezy, man, when I hear the black people talk about the economic dollars, they just don't know they don't know what they don't know. I'm a landlord. I see how much money is churning around in these ghettos, in these schools and stuff like that. I was a software developer all my career. Ask your chat to put a one in the audience if they know or if they are a software developer. The point I'm making is I learned how to do this all on my own.
Mm-hmm.
There are people going to school paying hundreds of thousands of dollars. I learned how to do it on my own. And I had a very fruitful career doing it, working for large companies, very large companies you would know. And I taught myself. No school could have taught me what I did in my career. There are no classes that could have taught you. And this whole notion of education, we need to spend more money, you can take advantage of because you keep demanding more money for education, and the people who are able to take advantage of it, they're getting the money. It's not trickling down. And it's not even helping, right? And you just got to look at it differently. It's a different paradigm. You got to control your own communities. I got a call coming up with a liquor store on Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. He's Indian, not black, right? How many of these blacks out here could own a liquor store? They can't do it, even if you gave it to them, because they can't run it, because they're chasing corporate American jobs or something like that. But you need a team to run a liquor store. These foreigners coming into the community, they got teams of people to run liquor stores.
So I don't totally disagree with what you're saying, John. You're promoting collectivism, and you feel like black people need to have a collective mindset. I don't totally disagree with that, right? But I do think it's possible to do what Craft Geek did, to do what Carmelo Anthony parent did, get a higher learning, get a better quality education, and then bring that service back to their founding neighborhood, right?
Okay, let me ask you, but they
it's not
bring it
unheard
back
of for people to go off and increase their intelligence or increase their education, and then bring that back to.
Freezy. They're not bringing it back, Freezy. These people, they're not making enough money to go invest back in the hood and own a business or something. They're just more than likely making enough again, they were renting the house. They could have rented a house. They could have bought a house probably for what they were paying in Frisco. They probably could have bought a house in Oak Cliff, South Dallas or something. But they wanted to be around whites. These are the choices that they made. They want to live around whites. They want to escalate. They want to live a flamboyant lifestyle.
But you're not saying that as justification for to be hostily.
What I'm saying is now, look,
approached, right?
Look, what I'm saying, let's take all that away.
Okay.
The Carmelo Anthony's daddy will have to go ask for a job from a white man. When all this is said and done, guilty or innocent, he's gonna have to send his resume to a white man, correct? Correct?
He's gonna have to do what? Send his resume to a white man, you said?
More than likely, he's working for a white company, correct?
Yeah.
And they may have different sentiments about this whole thing, one way or the other. So his whole life is going to be turned upside down either way it goes.
You talking about Carmelo Anthony?
Carmelo Anthony's father.
And his father.
Because he was out here making 6 figures working for the white man, correct? Living in a white man neighborhood and all this. Now it'll turn upside down for him. He probably don't want to live around whites no more, right? Because what's going to happen with his son? And the whites probably ain't going to want to hire him anymore. So now what? Where's the black ecosystem for him?
Here's the thing, right? This is why, and Swarthy, you can try to come back up. I don't know if you lost connection. This is why due process is necessary, right? Them going to trial, all of the facts actually coming out. You feel what I'm saying?
Freezy, does it really even matter what I'm saying?
I think it does.
Win, lose, or draw. Let's say Carmelo Anthony get found not guilty. His daddy still got to make a living. Carmelo still got to make a living. Well, a lot of white people going to say, that boy killed somebody. I don't want to be around somebody that killed somebody. I don't care if he's innocent or not. There are plenty of other people I can be around that didn't kill somebody.
You don't, so you think all white folk think like that?
Man, I'm saying like I interviewed Jason Kessler and he spoke specifically about this. And this is not win, lose, or draw for Karmelo. It doesn't really matter. Like, we're talking about differences in temperament. And you got a young man, for whatever reason, maybe he's innocent. I'm not judging him. But his dad is going to have to go out and send a resume to a white man. You would agree to that. There are not a lot of black-owned companies that he can be sending his resume.
This is how I think white folk operate. If his dad was very effective at his job, does his dad probably, I don't even know if his dad isn't with his job, the job he used to have. I don't know if he's still,
Well, we know he ain't in the same neighborhood, right? He had to move from the neighborhood.
He moved from that division, that housing division, right? But I don't even know. Right. I didn't hear that his dad lost his job. I didn't hear that. But
now, well, they're not going to tell you that. But imagine if he owned that house and he had to move, and he'd really be under the strain. But again, the bigger point I'm saying, why was he living there amongst all those white people? Right?
What? So hold on, wait, John. So John, you're admitting that what you're saying is America is very much so still racist. That's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is that like a lot of problems, like listen.
What are you saying, John?
You grew up poor. I grew up poor, right?
Yeah.
When I grew up poor, man, I remember people coming across the street to my grandma's house.
And after you get done with that, John wants Swarthy to go. Go ahead.
Let me get a cup of sugar. Let me get a cigarette. That's how it is living in the hood, right? That's how it is, right? You would agree. Now, you got these blacks who probably haven't made enough money to go live out in Frisco, but they've stretched their budget to go live out in Frisco. And they realize that they don't have the money to live out there. They're stretching their budget every
we know his dad did have the money, though.
You said, let's say he makes $200,000.
Yeah.
I don't think the mother was working. $200,000 is not a lot of money these days. Let's be honest, right? A couple cars.
Here's the thing: we don't know how much he was paying for his house. No, we don't know, right? They could have budgeted. I don't know how big their house was. I don't know the nature of their bills or whatever.
It's a pretty big house. You can see it.
Okay. Well, I'm saying, what's the living conditions in Dallas as far as the living expenses? Frisco. Okay, Frisco. So. Right. So I don't want to. I think that we're kind of moving away. This is what I think we're doing, John. We're moving away from the case and we're judging their pockets. I don't really want to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't. We're putting what is it called? We're putting stereotypes on somebody because of the color of their skin. I don't want to do that. Let me go to Swarthy. Go ahead, Swarthy. What do you want to say, Swarthy? Can you hear me, Swarthy?
Peace. Good evening, everybody. Freezy, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you.
How you doing, Freezy? What's going on, John? And peace to everyone in the chat. Shout out to the moderators and everyone in the chat. So I wanted to talk about this situation from a self-defense instructor perspective, from a practicing martial artist, as well as somebody who teaches self-defense. It looks like here that the twin brothers were trained in jiu-jitsu. Are you guys familiar with jiu-jitsu a little bit?
No.
It's an extremely dangerous martial art where it teaches different variations of chokes and joint locks. The chokes can be fatal. For example, there's a technique in jiu-jitsu called the rear naked choke. And if you hold someone in a rear naked choke long enough, I would say more than 20 or 30 seconds, you could cause permanent brain damage. And it can be fatal. You actually can unalive someone with certain techniques in jiu-jitsu. So to deal with one opponent that is trained in jiu-jitsu is pretty tough to overcome if you don't have any martial arts training or if you've never trained in jiu-jitsu. It's really hard to defend. The Gracie family made a fortune and a big following in the earth because of the dominance that they displayed and showed in practicing jiu-jitsu. So it's an extremely dangerous martial art to practice. So somebody who's been practicing jiu-jitsu for 3 months is pretty dangerous, Tracy. They don't necessarily have to be at the intermediate level or at the advanced level to be dangerous. Somebody doing it for 3 months is dangerous,
Hey,
And
Freezy, let me ask you this question.
when you look at Carmelo Anthony, John, would you be okay with me finishing, sir?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. I went
So
quiet. Sorry.
when you look at it, when you look, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. So when you're fighting two people by yourself, even some two people that are not trained in the martial art, your life is in danger whenever it's one person versus two. So when two people attack you, that's a life-threatening situation. And how much more so when you're fighting two people who are trained in jiu-jitsu where one person would be dangerous. So to have to fight two jiu-jitsu fighters by yourself is pretty tough to overcome, especially if they outweigh you. So I say that to say that, I don't even like teaching jiu-jitsu, the chokes that like triangle choke on the neck or like a rear naked choke or like a guillotine choke. I don't like teaching my children that are students those techniques because I don't think children yet have the discernment to know when they're going too far or not with something like that because it can be fatal. So just from a life-threatening perspective, fighting two people by yourself, your life is already in danger. But how much more so when you're fighting two jiu-jitsu practitioners who have a history, it seems, of bullying. So I'm interested to see the film of what actually happened in this situation. And I just wanted to bring to the audience's attention, as somebody who is 13-1 as a kickboxer, I'm 1-1 in mixed martial arts, and I've taught the martial arts for over 10 years. So I just wanted to give the perspective of how dangerous somebody can be trained in jiu-jitsu and how when you are by yourself fighting more than one person, your life is in danger, regardless of whether or not they're trained or not. So I just wanted the crowd, the chat, and you guys to understand from Carmelo's perspective how dangerous of a situation that could have been.
Well, let me ask you this question. Who do you think the footage, because there is footage, benefits in the court when they finally
I mean, when
release
you look at the word,
Is it one or two?
when you
It's
look at
only two
justice, well, when you look at justice and where it derives from, which is the word just, we don't really have a history in America of being treated justly or
I just
being
asked you a
given fair
question.
due
When you
process
see
and
the
justice.
footage in
So
court,
when
man, come on.
you look
I
at
didn't ask you for a
the
history lesson.
footage,
When you see the footage in
um,
court, who do you think it
okay,
would
sir, I'm
benefit?
talking, sir, and I can answer however
No,
I
I'm saying,
want, John.
like,
Remember,
I'm
John,
just
you
asking.
turned down my fade. So why don't you just be quiet, sir?
I turned down your fade. What are you talking about? I'm just
You
saying,
did.
like,
So why don't you just be quiet, sir? I'm talking. So when
I
you
don't
look
know.
at the
Okay,
film, anytime the film benefits black people, it's generally suppressed. If the film benefited the Metcalf twins, I think it would have already came to light. So
okay.
I'm
So
leaning more
I'm at,
towards the film benefited Carmelo than the Metcalf twins.
okay. So when they show the film in court to an objective observer, who do you think? Who do you think the film would benefit? Do you think it would benefit Carmelo's case? Yes or no?
Yes, it would benefit Carmelo's case.
Okay. So if that is the case, then one would think that Carmelo's family would be demanding the release of the tape, the footage. Release my boy innocent. The footage will show he's innocent. Correct? Am I wrong with that assumption?
Well, you could be wrong with that assumption. Their legal team may
Okay.
be advising them not to speak on it at all. So yes, you could be wrong with that assumption.
Okay. Fair enough. But the people around him who are not held by legal standards would be saying, release the tape, release the tape. And the father that was on the video that Freezy played earlier, wouldn't he likely have pulled out his camera or said other people film it? Like, the video seems to go in
Well,
Carmelo's favor, but nobody's asking for it to be released.
I think society wants to see the film. So not just his parents, but we all want to see it, especially the
If that were your
I know
child and
want to
your
see the
child,
film.
if that were your child and you thought your child was innocent and the film would exonerate him, would you not be demanding that they release the film to show that your child is not some murderer as they're painting him to be?
It depends on the advice that I'm getting from my legal team at the time. If my lawyer is saying it's not good for us to speak on the situation or matter at
But
all,
don't
I would take the advice of my legal team.
Fair enough. But don't you find it interesting that all the people that could make money off of this, the Ben Crumps of the world, are not out here saying, release the tape, release the tape. They did it with everybody
But
else.
John, isn't it prohibited to release the tape?
But there's nothing bounding these people from demanding that it be released. This man is innocent. Release the tapes.
Their legal team
There's
may
nothing.
be. They may have been given legal advice not to speak on it.
Ben
So I
Crump
wouldn't
is
say
not
there's
bound.
nothing bounding them.
Ben Crump is not bound by any legal restrictions just on the family of Carmelo Anthony. He can say whatever he wants to say. He can come into town and throw
So I would
protests
ask
and
you,
stuff just
right?
like he did for Trayvon Martin.
My apologies, I didn't want to interrupt you, John. So I
No,
want
you're
to say
done.
this,
I'm done.
John. Do you think that if the tape wasn't in Carmelo's favor, don't you think that the Metcalf family would be demanding to have the tape released?
It's out of the Metcalf family hand. They're not prosecuting. But it is in the Carmelo Anthony's family's case to vigorously defend their child. Like,
Do
if it
you
were my
think the
child,
Metcalf
I'd be
family
saying,
wants justice for their son being unalived?
but it's not in their hands. They have no control over it. It's up to what the prosecutors do. But the Carmelos still have some control. They have lawyers. They're telling people how to litigate the case. And if there is some evidence that's out there to exonerate their son, like, what mother and father could and where are the other groups that have advocated for Trayvon Martin and Mike Brown to not come to this boy case if there's some video evidence exonerated? He shouldn't even be charged. See, what you're saying is he shouldn't be charged. If he use his self-defense, there is no charge there. Remember, there was a man in Houston shot 2 people. They broke into his neighbor's house. He shot them from a distance while he was on the phone with 911. He did not get charged because Texas law allows you to shoot someone committing a felony. Carmelo Anthony, if the tape exonerates him, should not be charged. All he did was exercise his self-defense. People who exercise self-defense do not get charged or should not be charged. And if the video
Why are
will
you saying
exonerate
should
them,
not be charged?
well,
What makes you say they should not be charged?
listen, bro, like if two people attack me and I shoot one of them, should I go to jail? Should I have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars defending myself?
John,
Hell
did you
no.
are you not taking into account what Swarthy is saying? He's saying that allegedly the twins were trained in jujitsu. That's very
all the
lethal.
more reason that's all the more reason why Carmelo Anthony should not be on trial.
Well, Carmelo Anthony possibly couldn't have. He possibly could have not have known that these boys were trained. This information could have came out subsequently after the whole altercation actually happened, right? So the point I'm trying to make, this is what I want to ask Swarthy. Swarthy, you being trained in martial arts, Swarthy, would you think that is justification? That is justification for someone of a smaller build that is up against a challenge of two over 220-pound guys potentially attacking them, and one of them actually grabbing him and locking him into the confrontation, knowing that the person that grabbed him knows jujitsu. His brother potentially is going to jump in, knows jujitsu too. Would you say that could be considered justification for someone using lethal force to free themselves from that potential imminent danger?
I would say it's more than justified. One fighter, if you're in a one-on-one fight with somebody who's trained in jiu-jitsu and you don't know how to stop a guillotine or a rear naked choke, they could choke you to the point of being unalived. And it doesn't take that long, Freezy. You could hold somebody in a guillotine choke for about 30 or 40 seconds, and it would either cause permanent brain damage and it could potentially unalive them. So if he was just fighting one of them that outweighed him practicing jujitsu, he would be justified. Freezy, if I go out in the streets right now and fight somebody and they shoot me, and it's a known fact that I'm a practicing black belt with kickboxing matches and cage fights under my belt, I'm considered a human weapon. You see what I'm saying?
But you just described a totally different circumstance than what happened here. This boy wouldn't have known, Carmelo wouldn't have known that these other boys were trained or not trained. We don't know if he had them if he was in some rear naked choke. You're correct about that. If he had him in that, totally justified. But if that
why
is
would
the
you wait
case,
for somebody to put you in a rear naked choke? The idea of defending yourself is to prevent. I mean, you shouldn't even let a jiu-jitsu practitioner grab you. John, what are you talking? John, you don't know what you're talking about right now. You don't know what you're talking about right now. You shouldn't let somebody who knows jiu-jitsu grab you.
But what I'm saying is, you
shouldn't even let them get close enough to grab you.
All right. Freeze's already admitted that Carmelo was not aware that.
No, I'm saying I don't know what the nature. I don't know if he knew or didn't know. I don't know.
Right. You know? Now I've already said that if he was in a rear naked choke when he stabbed the guy, he shouldn't even be charged, let alone found not guilty. He shouldn't be charged.
But in a self-defense setting, John, when two people's body language, when two people are engaging in an attack on one person, you don't wait for him to get you in a rear naked choke and then try to defend yourself. It's too late at that point in time.
But
you stop the threat.
Swarthy, if I know jujitsu and I'm able to make the first step on grabbing you, couldn't that be an initial move to go into another move? Or
that's the basics of jiu-jitsu, Freezy. It's called closing the distance. Anybody who's purchased a Gracie combative DVD, that's the fundamental first step of initiating your submission. It's called closing the distance in jiu-jitsu. So they were already on the attack.
But Freezy, if you agree that they were already
and Craft Geek, let me know if you got some on your mind. I want to get you in the conversation too, Craft Geek. Go ahead, John.
But Freezy, if you agree that they were already on attack, if the video shows that, then it's reasonable to say he should not be on trial, particularly in Texas, where there's very liberal self-defense laws. He was defending himself.
But the reason why you're saying it shouldn't be, John, is because you know just as well as we all know, when you look at American history, black people have never been given a fair shake when it comes to how the word just is defined.
I ain't
So
gonna argue history.
justice derives from the word just, which means to
All
be
right,
fair and equal.
all right,
Black people
all
have
right. I ain't
never
gonna.
gotten justice in America. So that's the reason why
Ernest,
you're saying he should be, because you know deep down inside, John, Black people have
but
never been given a fair shake in America when
but
it
there have
comes to
been
justice.
but
And
there have
you know
been
that.
plenty. But there have been plenty of people who shot people, killed people in many cases, and they were not charged because of self-defense. And I think that it should be the argument. If you think the video exonerates Carmelo Anthony, then the reasonable, logical argument from that is that he should not be charged, because now his life is on the line in the hands of 12 jurors when the videotape should exonerate him, right? Like,
John, let me ask you a
mhm,
question. Do the police
yeah,
have the tape?
I'm sure they do. And right, and
Why
the
haven't they
prosecutors
released it?
well, but hold on. The way it works is the prosecutors look at the evidence, they look at the videos, and they say, okay, is this a case worth charging or not? Presumably they look at the video, they've looked at the video and say, we want to go forward with this case. That's how it works. They wouldn't go forward with this case, presumably, if Carmelo Anthony has a
John, has
clear-cut case of
self
self-defense.
defense cases gone to trial, and the person who was a defendant actually got off and completely and found innocent?
Sure, they have, but
So hold
not
on,
in.
wait. So if they were found innocent in the end, why did it even go to trial? Why do you think it even
Well,
went to trial?
well, but the argument, like I heard someone mention Daniel Penny. The argument for Daniel Penny was he shouldn't have been on trial. But the difference in Daniel Penny and Carmelo Anthony is there was a faction of people who considered Daniel Penny, I think that was his name, a hero because he was coming to the aid of someone who was harassing people. Let's just say use the word harassing people.
Right.
So he had some sentiment in his regard. So and he didn't bring a weapon. There was no weapon involved. He held the man down. The man may have been on drugs or something. He still went to trial, but the argument that the people had for him, and which people were very angry about, was he shouldn't have been on trial. And I think that should be the argument for Carmelo Anthony. If the videotape clearly exonerates him, why are you putting this man and his family through this, only for him to be found not guilty in 8 weeks from now when the trial is over, and you turn his whole family's life upside down when
Let
the
me get
videos
Craft Geek.
would clearly exonerate him?
Let me get Craft Geek. Craft Geek, are you listening? Do you did you hear John's point? Did you have anything you wanted to respond to that, Craft Geek?
Well, I will say that when it comes to blacks that kill, that when we claim self-defense, if it's against one of our own, then we are more likely to have that kill, that unaliving to be justified. When it is something, when the victim is a white person, then we are less likely to have that justified as self-defense. And the Urban Institute, they actually have done some statistical research on that with various cases and stuff. And so you can look into that. I believe that the reason they haven't shared any video is because it doesn't show Carmelo to be 100% guilty. Like, it doesn't show that he was just innocent, like he's guilty all the way. Like, if they did have some type of media to show that he was um unquestionably guilty of murder, then they would have been showing that media. They wouldn't have put a scare tactic out to tell people that they can't upload anything that they have taped or have caught on their camera from that day, from that incident. Even if it, especially if it was something that was taped like right before the incident happened, to show what led up to it, they wouldn't have been trying to use those scare tactics to scare those kids. And we don't know who those 12 jurors are going to be. And so it does play, your lawyer does play a role in jury selection. And so, and the DA doesn't always have to be on the up and up. You know, I live in the state of California. And so out here, it's liberal when it wants to be liberal. and it's conservative and funny style when it wants to be conservative and funny style. And so when it comes to our community, they're going to be funny style 95% of the time. And so I believe that this young man is being railroaded, and I honestly believe it's because it's a young black boy that ended up getting into an altercation where a young white man lost his life. And I think that they're trying to railroad him, and that's my thoughts on that.
Here's what I believe. I believe that this is a sensitive situation. It's involving high school kids, right? And the two kids didn't go to the same high school. I believe that the reason why they were very conservative about releasing this footage is because there's a lot of he say, she say, and there are some kids that's probably saying, oh, you know, that went to Memorial, the same school that Austin Metcalf went to, saying that, hey, you know, they're on Austin Metcalf's side, saying, Carmelo Anthony had no business under our tent. And I'm pretty sure some kids, you know, just because they're in favor of the Metcalf twins, are making up lies. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of conflicting stories out there, right? Now, as far as the footage, they did say that it was said that Carmelo Anthony told Austin Metcalf, if you after Austin Metcalf touched him, he said, if you punch me, or if you, I forgot what he said, if you do such and such, you know, you're gonna regret it. I forgot. I'm just paraphrasing. And then that's when Austin Metcalf grabbed him. So there, to what Craft Geek is saying, there was a confrontation, right? Carmelo Anthony didn't just blatantly leave. He stood his ground. So this is basically a stand your ground case, in my opinion. And because it looks like a stand your ground case, it's gonna go to trial. Right?
But see, now, Freezy, you just described it totally different.
Mm-hmm.
In one case, you described maybe he was in a rear naked choke. Or the two guys
I never said that.
Well, the other guy, okay.
You said that. No, you said that.
The jujitsu guy mentioned.
No, Swarthy was saying you don't want to land in a rear naked choke. Right. You don't want to get to that point.
So on one hand, you said, well, okay, if they approached him, and on one hand, you said maybe they grabbed him or whatever. Now you're saying, well,
no, I'm saying that they did both things. They touched, they shoved him first, and then after that, they grabbed him.
But okay, right. And
this is in the report.
And I said it's gonna come down like 2 or 3 seconds. So if he says, hey, if you touch me and see what happens.
If you touch me again, right?
Right, touch me again. Right.
So that's an indication that he got physically assaulted twice. I just want to make sure that's noted because that's very important.
Right. Fair enough. Now, where was it? Now, at this point, you have to assume that he knew he had a weapon. He wasn't in a rear naked choke. He wouldn't have allowed himself to get put in a rear naked chokehold. He's already told him, if you touch me, see what happens, which means he know he got a knife to defend himself. So at what point, again, did he pull the knife? It's going to come down to like 3 seconds.
Right.
At what
so
point
according to reports, he pulled a knife after the second time Austin Metcalf actually grabbed him. So when Austin Metcalf actually used more force by grabbing him, that's when Carmelo Anthony, to free himself, stabbed him one time and ran.
That's going to be very interesting. And that's why I say the family should be demanding. That's why it's very interesting. You don't see the Ben Crumps of the world demanding that the trial should be televised. The tape should be released. This is an innocent man. If what you're describing is going on, like, it's really a shame that no one, because think about it. Isn't this Carmelo Anthony For what we know of him right now, isn't he a better representative of young black people than Mike Brown? Mike Brown had just robbed the store. Trayvon Martin had just been kicked out of school. This boy hadn't been kicked out of school. No discipline problems, what we know of.
I would
Family
agree he is a
members,
better
right?
represent. Yeah,
Right.
he is.
But there's a reason why. You have to ask yourself, why aren't the people who can make hay out of this? Ahmaud Arbery, like, he had some issues. There's a reason why all the people who can make hay out of this are not around. There's a reason why. And
can I tell you something, John? Let me ask you something. Let me ask Craft Geek this. Let me ask y'all if y'all think this makes a difference. Being the district that Carmelo Anthony and his family was living in, there are a lot of like booster clubs. You know, there's a lot of white families that donate money to the police department, to the judicial system over there in that county, right, to the school. There's a lot of white people that donate money, and you know, they're in a lot of politicians' pockets and stuff. Do y'all think that actually makes a difference too on why this actually got pushed in trial the way it did, and him actually being charged with first-degree murder and all of that?
Money talk and BS
Freezy,
walks
if
all
I can
day
say
long.
something really quick, please, Freezy.
Hold on,
and
before
to
you
the
go,
system.
Swarthy, let Craft Geek finish, and then you can go, Swarthy. Go ahead, Craft Geek.
I know that I was just saying money talks and BS walks all day long in this society. And so if whoever is funding certain things in certain communities, they are going to have more power, more leverage, and be able to sway opinion. And so, yeah, I could definitely see a DA that is going to be getting campaign dollars from certain communities, is going to move in the interest of those communities, and sometimes those communities are not going to be in the best interest of the whole of all Americans. They're going to be looking out for certain Americans.
Yeah. Shout out to Rob Dub. He said, which is why they had to move. Go ahead, Swarthy.
Freezy, I was competing at the San Diego Grand International. I had a kickboxing match that day, but I also had what's called a sport grappling match, which is basically like a jiu-jitsu fight, right? I was fighting a guy who outweighed me by 90 pounds. He was 270 pounds, and he was about 7'2". I'm 6'1", and I was about 185 pounds at that tournament. Because I knew so much more about jiu-jitsu than he did, I did what's called an Americana in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. It's a technique where you take the arm and you twist it in a way where it tears the rotator cuff, right? As I was cranking a submission, I can hear the pop in his shoulder, Freezy. He had to tap out of the submission. And had we been in a street fight, I would have ripped his arm off, literally. So that was me fighting somebody that outweighed me by 90 pounds and was damn near a foot taller than me.
Wow.
That's how effective jiu-jitsu can be.
Yeah.
Is that what happened? Is that what happened in the Karmelo case, or you just telling us that story?
I'm telling this story to give the context of how dangerous somebody can really be when they're trained as a fighter. So and who's to say that Carmelo didn't know that the Metcalf brothers were practicing jiu-jitsu fighters? Who's to say that he didn't know that?
I think it's already been acknowledged that he didn't know. He wasn't aware of them. He didn't know them. Again, it could be self-defense, clearly, without him knowing that they knew jiu-jitsu or whatever the hell they knew. Just the mere
well, it's not whatever the hell they knew, John. I just wanted to give the context of how dangerous they could have really been.
But I'm saying,
in self-defense situations, Freezy, you don't have time to allow something. First of all, the first time they even attempted to put their hands on Carmelo, he should have acted right then and there, to be honest with you. So it shouldn't have got to the second shove.
But
John, the things that you do know of, and you have the things that you're knowledgeable in, John, I will give you the floor. But you don't know anything about fighting compared to me. So right now you're a student and I'm the teacher. You don't know anything about fighting compared to me, John. So I'm trying to tell you, I just wanted to give an example to the audience, Freezy, as to how dangerous jiu-jitsu can really be.
Listen, you only have to know jiu-jitsu. 200-pound men approach me, like, I'm assuming like they can really hurt me. Just being honest with you. So that sounds like clear self-defense to me. So this is what I'm saying. Like, why is this man on trial if the tape shows him clearly defending himself? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I think you're missing that point. Two big ass men alone is a threat. He ain't got to wait for them to kill him or beat him brain dead before he defend himself.
I
think
I
you
agree
agree with
with
that.
that, John.
Right. Thank
But
you.
you seem to be ignoring the fact that there
I
have
don't need
been
them.
black people that have been unjustifiably convicted of things. There are black people who have defended themselves and still been convicted and
I
not
don't know
been
about
given
all those cases.
the
I
exoneration
don't
of
want to go down.
self-defense. It's
I
like you're
don't want to
not
go down memory.
acknowledging the history that we have in America of being treated unjustly and not
I
being
don't want to
given
go.
due and fair process.
Fair enough. I don't want to go down memory lane. I got you.
Right, but you said but to your point, John, you said yourself, even if they didn't know jujitsu, 200+ pound men approach you and you're by
That's what
yourself.
I
To
said.
fight one of them is
Hell
dangerous.
yeah. I ain't
Two,
fighting.
it's
I ain't
really
hell no. I ain't
dangerous.
fighting them. Hell no. I ain't fighting them. Myself, I'm not gonna fight them.
I
I'm a
think
50-year-old man. I'm
I
not
think
fighting.
John will pull out his knife too.
Hell yeah. But again, like,
Most people would, Freezy.
But again, I think there's some circumstances. Like I said, the first 2 or 3 seconds leading up to the stabbing will be the end all. But I think ultimately, black people lose out in the end. They don't have communities that they want to live in for whatever reason. They don't have schools that they want to send their children to in their neighborhoods around other black people for whatever reason. They think the white schools can teach them STEM. But I worked 20 years as a software developer. I ain't seen any black software developers. So Carmelo Anthony is just a casualty in the war of blacks running away from other black people. That's kind of how I see
I honestly think the footage and thank you, JD the Legend Sports. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I'm gonna read it one second. I honestly think, as a matter, let me read right now. Shout out to JD Legend Sports for his $5 super cap. He said, John, he didn't want his kids to be around low class people in their neighborhood and wanted more opportunities. We got off this slave mentality. You want to respond to that, John?
I think he's just using words. Blacks have been very good in America at using words to skirt the truth. The low class people, he really could exchange that for black people, low class black people. That's who black people. Listen, I take phone calls every day on my channel of blacks running away from other black. They'll tell you sometimes, I don't want to live around black people. They'll tell you straight up, I want to pay up to live around white people. Straight up, they'll tell you. So that's the elephant in the room that no one wants to talk about. I bet you, Freezy, the majority of the people in your chat, if they're making a decent living, they probably don't live around a whole bunch of black people. And if they ain't making a whole bunch of money, they live around a bunch of black people. One of the two. That's how it
I would
works.
like to argue that if we had the opportunity to build subdivisions that were predominantly um, black middle class per se, like-minded people, we would live in those communities. But whenever we start building a community up, it gets gentrified. And the gentrification, it doesn't start with white people showing up walking their poodles through the neighborhood. They end up tearing the areas that we start building up. They start tearing them down by bringing in certain aspects that bring down the property values, and they don't address certain activities that take place. They're more apt to allow certain businesses that don't promote morality or well-being in our communities. They let those businesses get set up and they get permits faster than blacks are able to get permits for businesses and stuff. And so, like, it's not that you're going to school and you're getting this education and you're saying, oh, when I grow up, I'm going to live around white people. When I grow up, I want to live right next door to Becky Ann. That's not what you're thinking. If we could have a black Beverly Hills 90210, I would sign up for it. But, unfortunately, I only had to slap a couple of white girls. It only took us a couple of years to get them white kids in line to understand we ain't going nowhere. But I had to fight every single weekend just about in the black neighborhood, in the neighborhood I grew up in. They would be like, we talk white, we dress white, we do this, we do that. And most of my aggression and hostility that I had to deal with came from people within my own community. Now, also on the same token, I got most of the support I got from my community came from the baby boomers. It was the parents that were supporting our AAU basketball teams and our AAU track teams, and letting us do summer track and making sure we had the funds for that. So it was black businesses and other black middle class people who stayed on the west side that helped us, but their kids, because I don't know if you really know what it's like to wake up every other day and somebody getting shot, or going to a funeral week after week after week. I don't know how many people, like, you laughing, but I literally buried 17 kids in my neighborhood my senior year in high school. I saw my first murder when I was 12 years old on Sunday afternoon. A dude got shot in his head while the kids was outside on the street playing football. So when you have to decide whether or not you want to live in a war zone or whether you just want to go get you some type of peace, you're gonna weigh your options. And so until we can build a black Beverly Hills 90210, yeah, you're gonna have black people that are going to suffer and deal with living with other communities.
Well, I don't let me say this, John, before you go, you can go. I don't think what we're talking about is only subject to black people. Like there are a lot of poor white neighborhoods, man, and if a white person was able to actually make more money and put their child in a better school, private school of choice or whatever, or whatever, I think a white person would do the same thing. I think the same thing would apply to Hispanics or whatnot. Let's say if I was white, I wouldn't want my kid to stay in a trailer, in a trailer, like a trailer trash community or whatever. I probably would get up out of there too, and I would move from 8 Mile where Eminem was rapping it, and go. I think we're doing ourselves a disservice by just kind of painting this picture about black folk. There are some affluent black neighborhoods, right? So I mean, what would they be wrong with? Let's say they moved because they originally stayed in Baton Rouge. I think Carmelo Anthony and his family. They originally stayed in Baton Rouge, or was it Baton Rouge or Louisiana? I forgot. They originally stayed in Louisiana, and it wasn't a good neighborhood. If they moved to an affluent black neighborhood, what would you say about that, John?
Well, they didn't, so there's nothing to say about it.
Yeah, he moved. I think where his pops moved, they resulted in moving where the job opportunity was. I don't think they. I don't think that they specifically said, "Oh, we want to stay in this white neighborhood." No, the job moved them to that area, right? This is where the father. They moved from Louisiana to Texas because that's where the job took the father.
That's my point. There are no jobs in the black communities. Again, when I go out in my neighborhoods, the entrepreneur people that I see running the stores and the businesses are not blacks. Even on Martin Luther King, at the intersection of Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, those are not black-run businesses. They're Africans, Ethiopians, Indians, but they're not black. So his father got to move out to the white neighborhood, send his kid to white schools to get away from blacks, and hell, to even keep a job, to be close to his job. There's just no black ecosystem. And to be honest with you, as I say oftentimes, the black underclass are letting us down. You can't say that about the white underclass, but the black underclass is woefully underperforming, and that is the reason why so many middle class blacks are running away from them. They shouldn't be running away from lower class blacks just because they're poor, but they're running away from them because their poor behavior. And there's something else. The monkey in the room is that the poor blacks, by way of the government, live better than the working class blacks. We often talk about these rich blacks, the blacks that are doing well, but the blacks that are out here swimming in the same water as the lower class blacks, they don't have the Section 8 vouchers that can afford them to live in nice neighborhoods. My next door neighbor to me is living in a $500,000 house with a Section 8 voucher. And she bought it. Unlike Carmelo Anthony's family, she ain't renting. She used her voucher to buy a house. How many blacks in your audience can afford a $500,000 house in the ghetto and would buy it? Right?
She bought a $500,000 house in the ghetto?
Yeah, right next door to me.
Right.
Fixed up.
Right.
With the government assistance, and I ain't hating on her. More power to you, sister. But imagine some of our more productive blacks were buying this house. Like she had Hispanics out here working, cleaning up her yard, no blacks. Right? Like, again, that's what the blacks are missing. They move to their white neighborhoods. They hire Hispanics to do everything for them. Hell, even if they live in black neighborhoods, same thing. So that's what's missing, man. And
but John, I want to say this, John. I don't think I totally disagree with everything you said. You said some of the stuff you've been saying. I'm agreeing with it. I do believe in, I do believe that a community is stronger if they pull together and collectively, right, and pour back into their own community. I do believe that. I actually preach that over here too. So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm just saying in the case of Carmelo Anthony's father, they stayed in, and shout out to Rob Dub in the chat. He confirmed that they stayed in Baton Rouge, a whole nother state. The only reason why they landed in Frisco is because the job took him there. You know what I'm saying?
They probably lived in a white neighborhood.
Huh?
They probably lived in a white neighborhood in Baton Rouge.
Nah, I don't know. I can imagine.
Why not?
He just worked his way up. Word is the guy's an exceptional car salesman.
So he worked his way up out the hood. He worked his way up out the hood. He worked his way up out the hood. The problem is he didn't make enough money like to kick back to own anything in the hood. I hate to call names, and I ain't gonna call any names, but there's a black streamer, pretty big streamer. And I've been hammering him for a while, and he was like, man, I should be a multi-millionaire. And one day he was covering all the event planners and shit that make money off black people who spend thousands of dollars on baby showers and stuff like that. So he's criticizing that. But he has no boots on the ground where these blacks are spending all this money. You're not going to change black people's behavior. They're not going to stop drinking. So you can talk about closing the liquor stores all you want. They're not going to stop partying. They're not going to stop doing all the things that they do. I'm not criticizing them. I'm just accepting them for as they are. So do like everybody else and make money off of them. And you'll be there to at least console them. Listen, I got videos on my channel. Young black girl crying in the corner store. Who was consoling her? The corner store owner. What is he? Pakistani. The blacks outside praying on her, waiting on her to walk outside so they could try to sleep with her. If young black men or older black men own these stores, they might be a voice in the community. That's what's missing, right? Like, where the Carmelo Anthony, his dad was doing well, but he wouldn't live around blacks. So he took all his money, his tax dollars. Now we're hoping for a jury, but hell, he live in a county where it ain't that many blacks, so ain't that many blacks gonna be on the jury. So you see how it all trickles down?
No, I'm saying I think you're missing it. He got relocated to another job site, right? He got relocated. He was already working in the car business. He just was was an exceptional car salesman, and they relocated him to another area. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they ended up moving out of Baton Rouge. Not
All right,
because
now we
he
got
just said, "Oh, I want to move out of Baton Rouge." No, the job relocated them. So I think
All
that's
right,
kind of different.
now we got
Hold on, John. Craft Geek
because
came
he could
off
have
mute
lived
too.
anywhere. He could have lived
Go
anywhere.
ahead, Craft
Priest.
Geek. Go ahead, Craft Geek.
So being that they was relocated to another city, would you say that if the father, let's say the father sought out a predominantly black school, and that school ended up at that track meet that day, and that young man made the same mutual friend, even because obviously the kid didn't go to the school that he was going to. So what if he went to a predominantly black school and made the same friend and had the same conversation? Do you think that this young man would be in a better position in regards to his criminal case if he went to a predominantly black school compared to going to
I got you. I got you. I want to
Centennial?
answer your question. Okay.
And you're
As I
saying and
said,
ended up at the same track meet.
as I said
Yeah,
to
like
you,
if he
look,
went to a predominantly
look.
black
I got it. I
school,
got it.
ended
I
up
got
going
it.
to the same
Okay.
track meet,
Look,
made the
I did.
same
Look,
friends when he
I
moved
got
to
it.
the area,
I
he
got
made
it.
the same friends, just
Got you.
went to a different
Got you.
school.
That was a
Got you.
great question, Craft Geek. Shout out to Chris.
And what I would say
good.
that is
No captivity.
you repeated it several times, so I kind of forgot my thought. But I think, if you were living around blacks, we know how we have, body language that I think is unique to black people. We know what trigger words, what not to say to people, things like that. And I think it's the intangibles. You can't really measure them, but they're there. And every race of people, every group of people has it. And I think that is what keeps down a lot of conflict, although there is a lot of conflict in black communities, but that conflict primarily is interpersonal. But the
Sweetheart, you're not
day-to-day,
answering my question. I don't think you're getting it.
well, I'm answering your
I'm
question by
asking
saying
if he was at a black school and
I
that
don't
black
think that's
school was at that track
I
meet
don't
and
I
he
don't
had
think
the same
I'm saying
confrontation
that
with
around other
Metcalf
blacks,
friends.
right? I got it. Around other blacks, I think we behave differently. We don't, you know, we just know how to talk to each other where it doesn't end up like that. I deal with black people every day.
You missed her point, John.
I don't think it would have happened like that. So I can't
John,
really.
she's
So you don't
saying
think
if
that those two white twins, the Metcalf boys, would not have approached Carmelo if he was at the track meet representing a predominantly black school instead of a predominantly white school. If he was at that track meet wearing a different uniform and had the same mutual friend that was underneath that tent and had the same confrontation, only dynamic I'm changing is what school he was representing. So instead of him representing this predominantly white school, because he didn't go to school with the Metcalf boys, so instead of him representing that predominantly upscale white school, if he was representing a predominantly black school, are you saying that the Metcalf boys, those white boys, would have
I
approached him
got him.
differently because he went to a black school compared to approaching him in a certain way
I got
because
it.
he
I
went
got
to
it.
a
I got it.
predominantly white
I
school?
got it.
I
Can
don't
answer
think so. I
before
don't think it would have been different.
What I think is, if you look at probably the demographics, and I looked at it, the demographics of Carmelo Anthony School was primarily white. The demographics of the Metcalf School was primarily white. He was, out of his element. I think, but you're painting a scenario that doesn't really exist in the real world. Public schools, for the most
Yes, it
part,
does. There's a school here
damn,
in
you just cut me
California,
off.
Fresno. It's because I'm sorry to do that, but
No, that's okay.
those situations do exist. Because for you to say that predominantly black schools do not find themselves in situations where they are having competition, and that is competition on a scholastic level, whether it is debate, whether it is for science, whether it is for math, whether it is for literature, whether it's for athletics, predominantly black schools will come up against competition with predominantly white schools. That has happened throughout American school history, where predominantly black schools have had to compete against predominantly white schools. So for you to say that there's no possible way that that kids that go to predominantly white schools, they do not compete against schools that are predominantly white, that right there is you creating your own vacuum in order for you to substantiate and justify your point of view and avoiding to answer the question from a logical viewpoint.
Well, you created a scenario again, but in reality, the majority of the schools there were predominantly non-black. That's correct. This city, the area that they lived, was predominantly non-black. These things are correct. We can try to create scenarios that favor or disfavor one side or the other, but as it stands, it is what it is.
Were you an athlete?
No, I was not. But Carmelo Anthony was at a primarily white school. Now, we could try to split hairs and say, well, his family moved there. But trust me, he chose to live in that neighborhood. Trust me.
Well, here's what I say. Here's what I would say, right? I agree with Craft Geek. It happens all the time. Schools, if sports teams in on the high school level, you know, no matter what area they are, if they're in the same level, like 3A, I know in Florida we grade our schools by A, 3A, 2A, 1A, right, 5A, 4A. If they're in the same category, schools are going to meet up with one another, right? Whether it's track, football, whatever, right? But I think it could potentially happen I think it very much so could have been the same scenario. Carmelo Anthony sitting up under memorial tent talking to somebody that he might know that go to that school, and then the Metcalf twins trying to be Superman, right? It could have happened the same way even if he went to a predominantly black school. But I do want to say this. Because we're getting ready to kind of shut it down. But I appreciate y'all coming up. I want to say this, and shout out to Black and Proud in the building. I do agree with black people practicing collectivism in the community, whatever. But, I mean, we're like 13% of the population, John, right? 13% of the population. We do have to learn how to mingle and intertwine with other demographics of people in all forms of business, right? I don't think it's a negative thing for, if black kids are put in environments where where it's not familiar as far as a culture or whatever, and they're learning how to intertwine with other races and other demographics of people. I think that's a positive thing.
Let me ask you this, Freezy. If you were to move into an all-white neighborhood, and if you could give those white people some truth serum, do you think they want you there, sending your children to school with their children? Or do you think they wonder, why the hell does he stay in a black neighborhood? For all the people in your chat, they probably live around as many white people as they can. Don't you think those white people look at you like, damn, these black people, they don't want to live around their own blacks and come live around us?
I moved out of my neighborhood and stayed in a predominantly white subdivision, and I just mind my business and they mind theirs.
But my question was,
some people I've met, they're nice. Some people don't want to talk, and I'm the same way. I think this is what I live by. As long as I can respect people, disrespect finds you everywhere, even in the black neighborhood, but I just think it depends on how somebody carries themselves in the neighborhood.
But do you feel funny like living in a white neighborhood though? Like you mostly talk to black people. I would consider the white neighborhood simply because predominantly that's what lives here, right? But there are Hispanics here, there are other blacks here, other black people here, whatever, So. Yeah, And I understand it because the schools, you can't really send your kids to the schools, and we're gonna call it inner city, so on and so forth, the violence, so forth. But I just think, and again, I would love for you one day. You should poll your chat. How many of you live around black people? What's the percentage of your neighborhood? What is black? And you will find that a lot of black people do not live around black people. And what that does is diffuse the money. When they're going to spend money, they go into the liquor store, wherever they're going, they're not spending money with other black people.
My old neighborhood is kind of being gentrified. People are buying up land and building new houses, and
that's because the blacks won't do it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's some black people are doing it. Some other
but gentrification
blacks are doing it. There are some Mexicans that's doing it. People are trying to take advantage of. And do you get these phone calls, John? Like these random phone calls trying to buy your property? And
yeah. You get them all the time.
Yeah, I get them phone calls all the time. So people are trying to capitalize, especially in areas that will be deemed more vulnerable or impoverished or whatever. Where the property
but gentrification really is white people coming in buying up property that the blacks will not buy. Like again, right next door to me is a $500,000 house. It's a bunch of middle class blacks in the DC area, probably more so anywhere than in the country. But not one of them wants to live over here. They rather live around white people in Virginia or Montgomery County, Maryland. Or maybe they're trying to find a little affluent black pocket in Prince George's County.
Here's the thing though, John. When you think about redlining and the initial intentions of trying to box black people in a certain area, it was wicked intentions from the beginning. Right? So even then, during the 50s, 40s, 60s, black people had, they wanted to live where they wanted to live, right? I don't even think black people intended on being on top of each other like that. But I think redlining actually marked out spaces where it actually forced people of color to dwell amongst each other in certain types of areas that were considered separate from across the tracks. You feel what I'm saying? So I wouldn't put it on black people on why some black people aren't in other areas of living spaces or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's just by consequentially, consequentially, that's what ended up happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, from his history tells us that. So I just wouldn't be quick to say that's the way how black people thought in the beginning. So we was kind of forced to live in a certain way, from laws and redlining and all that kind of stuff. I don't think it's a bad thing for a black person to elevate themselves out of that type of area or elevate themselves out of that type of environment and let's say move from Washington, D.C. to Virginia. I'm pretty sure there's some other black people that live in those areas in Virginia, whatever,
But they're all diffused. Like there are areas where, like in DC area, where the Hispanics have a strong foothold. They got businesses, restaurants, liquor stores, corner stores, whatever bodegas as they call them. They got their children working in them, stuff like that. Blacks are not going to do that. Like the average black person is not going to have his child working in a bodega. It's not going to happen. That is the American way today, probably the way that it works. You got to have, some off the books type labor to run a liquor store, a corner store, or whatever. And
can I tell you something, John? My first cousin, his best friend, owns a liquor store in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And has black people working for him.
I mean, I'm not saying you can't do it, but at the apex of the black community here in Washington, D.C., an Indian owns a liquor store at the corner of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. I'm going to interview him on my channel, and I got a guy who's run liquor stores, a Korean guy, who can explain it very clearly why the blacks cannot do these things. He's run liquor stores, he's run corner stores. You have to
How
have
can
your
he
mother,
explain why
father.
we can't do things, John?
Well, I'll explain it to you. Like, I could
Hold on,
give
before you
the
explain
average-
it, John, let me read the super cap. Shout out to Craft Geek. Thank you, sis, for your $5 super cap. She said, thank you, Freezy. This was my first time speaking live.
No Cap-tivity.
It was an honor, sis, and I hope it's not your last time when I invite you back up and put the link in the chat. I hope it was a pleasant experience for you too, being that it was your first time. Shout out to Craft Geek. Go ahead and have your back and forth Swarthy and John Gott, and I want to get 504 in real quick.
You can give the average black person a liquor store on Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, he wouldn't be able to run it. You give it to him, he'd be out of business within 6 months.
John, I wanted to say this real quick. I was born in 1985 at South Central.
Why are you
Los
telling me?
Angeles.
Why are you telling me when you were born? How is that relevant?
It's very important from a contextual standpoint to understand the era of which I came from. So I was 7 in 1992 when the street that I used to ride my bike down, Vermont, was burnt down because of the riots that took place in LA over the Rodney King situation.
Thank you for
my father and his next door neighbor, Teach, who was a history teacher, had a garden in the back of J&E Liquor that was on 79th and Figueroa, which was owned by John, who is a black man, and his son took over the business, and he still owns the liquor store to this day.
Bro. Make your point.
I'm making my point. Close your mouth. Have
You're
some
going like
decorum,
5
sir.
minutes, bro. What are you trying to tell me?
I just got back. It hasn't even been 10 seconds, John.
I don't want to hear the history lesson. Honestly, I don't want to hear.
I know you don't. I know, and the reason why you don't want to hear the history lesson, John, is because you don't want to deal with how we got in those ghettos. You don't want to address the problem as to how black people got into the situations that they got into.
All right, tell me the history lesson.
So you don't. Well, shut your goddamn.
No, I want to hear it. Give me the history.
Why don't you shut your mouth?
1950. Yeah, I'm quiet.
No, I'm just saying. I'm going back to 1992. You don't know how it's like, John, you talk about the ghetto. It was some beautiful people in South Central that had gardens, that did not gangbang, that were very educationally. It was some beautiful people that were very scholarly. My dad's best friend was a teacher that used to take us camping every single year. Teach was a brilliant history teacher. My pops and them wasn't running around with no pistols, tripping on nobody. They wasn't blooding or cripping or none of that stuff. So when you try to speak on the ghetto, you really don't know what you're talking about because you don't sound like somebody who understands the history of black people. How did we get in those ghettos, John? What did they do to our towns? What did they do to the businesses that we had? You act like America hasn't been at war with black people since we got in this country. But don't worry, John, because the same mercy that you don't want to have on black people, Yahweh Shai may not have on you when he returns. So don't worry, John. Go and keep kissing all the other races' butts like you do. But you have no respect for black history, and you don't acknowledge the truth of how we got in those situations. You don't acknowledge the towns they destroyed. Black people were bombed in America. You're a disgrace to our race, and you're an old fool. You're not even an old man with wisdom, but you're ignoring the history of how our people were destroyed. You're not acknowledging the fact that black people never had a fair shake in America. You're not acknowledging that. The justice system has never been fair by us. How can you call yourself the justice system when the word derived from the word just, which means to be fair or equal? So you're just completely ignoring the fact that black people have never had a fair shake in America. We have never been honored as the heritage Americans that we actually are. Black people built America. There wouldn't be an America for that East Indian man that you're going to interview to come to for him to flee and run from his piss poor nothing ass country had it not been for my ancestors. You wouldn't have been able to be a software engineer had black people not going through the tortures and torments they went through just trying to get a fair shake in America. So you don't want to go down memory lane because you don't want to deal with how we got in those ghettos. You don't want to deal with who put us in that situation. You don't want to acknowledge the truth at the end of the day. And I think you're the problem with the black community.
Hold on, Swarty. Let me let John respond. Go ahead, John. I wanted to fair back and forth. Go ahead, John.
I mean, I think he just had a rant. He sounded like a victim, and I more or less gave him solutions. Hey, man, do what the Indians are doing. Maybe some of you blacks have to sacrifice these mediocre corporate jobs and go work in a liquor store. And in a generation, you'll own something. You'll own your own communities. And maybe if you're lucky, you won't be afraid to live around your own black people. The Indian man who owns the liquor store, he said he lives an hour away. Look how much money he's extracting out of the black neighborhood. That's a very simple business, non-perishable items. It's got to be some black with some money that can buy and open up and run something as simple as a liquor store. Start there. It's the easiest business to run, right? If you
So why are you ignoring the blacks that have wealthy communities? There are black people in all over the America that have communities with great wealth.
Right.
The black community is not. John, I'll let you talk.
Yeah, sorry.
The black community is not just relegated to the different ghettos around America, and there's some brilliant people in those ghettos. You just suffer from a lot of self-hate, John. You're the problem with our people. We need to set a standard, and a part of that standard needs to be exiling you from our community, sir, because you're not telling the whole story. The black community is not just subject to the ghetto. There are black communities that are wealthy, gated black communities, black communities of successful black people. This idea that Friday are movies that give these stereotypical views of black people depict us as a whole is asinine. It's like you're just completely ignoring the history of what America has really done to black people. And we're the only people that I ever saw come from less than nothing and make something of it. There is nobody else on the planet that would be able to make anything from less than nothing. It's a miracle that the black man even has a job based on his history in America. I don't know no other people that could go through what we went through. And it's people that's non-black people that will acknowledge that before you do. I'll let you go ahead and speak, John. Go ahead.
I mean, from your perspective.
And after you go, John, I want to get 504, then I'm going to read the super caps. Shout out to Corinne Mackey in the building. Go ahead, John. And shout out to my brother Big Bad Bull in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Go ahead, John.
And, from your perspective, it sounds like the blacks are doing very well, so nothing to complain about. Everything's going along rosy. So what can I say?
Did they bomb the East Indian?
Let me get my sister 504 Empress. Go ahead, 504, and thank you for being patient. Then I'm going to the super caps.
Hey guys, I just want to say a little something. John God, I'm sitting here listening to you, and all it's given is self-regulated slavery. And they've done a good job with convincing you to say the things you're saying. We can live wherever we want. This is a country, right? We're not dictated to stay in any certain place or any certain area. And how dare you even say that? That's disrespectful. We are free people. We can live wherever we want. And you sitting here trying to make it like, well, if you with these people, then you know how to act and respond to them. They're people. Period. Point blank. They're people. Also in that, a little background. I'm from New Orleans, where my mother's house is. Well, her current house. Because we did live in the Ninth Ward. That house was completely destroyed and they stole her property. But we're not going to get into that, right?
Thank you.
But in her current where her current house is, the woman that lived there prior was white. Now, I didn't until recently find out or discover what was happening. Every quarter, we would get our water bill. It would be about $90. Right? Would pay it and everything. Well, then there were some issues. So I had to contact them because there were some issues. There were some sewer issues and lines that were busted that they had to dig up. Do you know, once they figured out that that white woman was no longer living there, do you know how much the water bill then started becoming after they realized a black family lived there and not a white family? The water bill, instead of $90 every quarter, went up to $600 a month. And then the following month after that, it went up to $900. I started discussing it with the neighbors because I'm not thinking that. I'm like, how much is you guys' water bill? And I'm listening to all the people around who are black families, and they're telling me, yeah, that's normal. What you talking about? And I'm showing them the bills from previously. It's like, okay, I was only paying $90 a quarter. And so for you to sit here and ignorantly say what you're saying, not even in those black communities, when a white person or non-black person lives there, guess what? There's several benefits that they get that you're not even privy to because you have no idea. Because just like me, I didn't know until I started discussing it with the neighbors, and they started telling me about, this is how much I've been paying. Then we started going over insurance premiums. How much you paying for flood insurance? How much you paying for? I'm telling you this because even in our black communities, you know how you were talking about the Asian people and all of these people come in and they have their own little, and they open up stores in our community. Guess why we can't? Because of all the regulations and loopholes and everything that we have to jump over. Those people are giving government grants to open that stuff. Also, guess what? Their business insurance is cheaper than ours. And I'm going to say this. A lot of times when you go to sell your house in that all black community, you're going to get next to nothing. And that's how gentrification works. Because you, as a black person, you're going to get next to nothing for selling that house. That white person that comes in, they're going to get it dirt cheap. And then automatically, it's going to increase that property value once that white name gets on that property. So for you to sit there and downplay out, you know what? I tell people all the time, get out. Because the amount that you're paying living in those communities is detrimental to you. You can take that same money and live somewhere else, live somewhere better, and you're going to be paying cheaper car insurance. You're going to be paying cheaper home insurance because of the address and the zip code alone. And that's part of redlining. So for you to want black people to stay in those clearly discriminatory areas is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And you need to really wake up.
Damn, that was a good point. Hold on, John. Let me read some super caps.
Super chat.
Shout out to Lil Gaming Channel for the $20 super cap. I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you for the $20 dono. He said, bro, the majority of black people live around black people. The majority of whites live around whites.
Hey, hold up, wait. Do I see 5s, 10s, 20s in the place? No cap, appreciate it. Cash app, super chat, super stickers, memberships, PayPal's in the building, let it rain like that. Don't forget them 50s, don't forget them 100s. Blessings coming fast, we ain't waiting on nothing. Appreciate everything that you spend. When you feel generous, run it back again. Ay. Money talk, let it flow.
Shout out to my brother Lil Gaming Channel for the $20 dono.
No Cap-tivity.
I appreciate you, my brother. Also, shout out to Jada Legend Sports for his $5 dono. He said, we do have a black Beverly. It's called Baldwin Hills. I still disagree with John. We got learn how to get along with every culture. Yeah, that's what I was saying too. I think that is constructive, right? And it's productive. It's constructive and productive to actually associate yourself with other cultures, getting familiar with other cultures, right? I think that's a positive thing, especially if you are trying to handle some type of business or you're trying to learn how to dwell in different types of atmospheres so you can have more savvy, right? Have more charisma, be more effective when communicating with people. I don't think it's a bad thing to broaden your horizons per se. So I agree with you, Jay the
No
Legend.
Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Lil Gaming Channel again for the $10. He said, John is the king of generalizations and blunts.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my sister Corinne Mackey for a $2 super cap. She's just giving crowns and love. Right back at you, sis.
No Cap-tivity.
John, you've been quiet. You want to respond, John, to anything you've heard?
I mean, you know, I don't know if it's IQ or whatever.
Come on, John.
But these blacks are Baldwin Hills. Do any Lakers live in Baldwin Hills? Does LeBron James live in Baldwin Hills? Any of the black Lakers, any of the famous superstars live in Baldwin Hills? I bet you the majority of the people live in Baldwin Hills are like government money. And see, there's levels to the game that the blacks can't seem to understand. The richest black county in America for many years was Prince George's County. It's right outside the back door of my house right here. But most of that money was government money. It wasn't businesses. It was blacks who found a way to griff off the government. But the government give it and take it away. As the Hispanics and other groups come in, they start to encroach on the black areas. And so you have to look at the value or the composition of this wealth that you talk about in Baldwin Hills. Baldwin Hills ain't Beverly Hills. That's why you comparing it to Beverly Hills. The people in Beverly Hills do not compare themselves to Baldwin Hills. Correct? Right? And so on it goes, like, you're constantly comparing yourself to white people. You send yourself to white people's schools because deep down, there's an inadequacy there. There's a reason why Freezy left the black neighborhood and went to the white. Why did you move to the white neighborhood, Freezy? Why don't you tell your audience? What did you gain there? It would be cheaper to live around blacks, wouldn't it? There are some black neighborhoods cheaper than where you live. Why did you move to the way the whites are? Or non-majority black? Because most of your audience is...
I grew up in a very poor area.
Right. And so now you moved away from that very poor area to a non-majority black area, which is what most of your audience has done. I know because I take the phone calls from these blacks who are running away from other blacks. They want a safe neighborhood, which means no blacks. So
no, it wasn't. Okay, so let me complete answering your question, right? When I moved, me and my wife moved, we wasn't moving away from what you we weren't moving away from the blacks, right?
What are you moving away from then?
Well, we moved, you know, we found a deal on a home, and actually what 504 said, man, she actually was hitting on a lot of points, right? When it comes to insurance and, you know, getting more bang for your buck, possibly if you want to resell your home, you know, a lot of that you have to really take into consideration.
Let me ask you this question.
You know
why do you think the resale value, why do you think the resale values in the black communities are so much lower? Do you think the crime plays a part in?
Well, I think that the area that I used to live in, it was more, when it comes to drug enterprise, it happened more in the neighborhood I used to live in versus where I am now. Yeah.
You know, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, the blacks have to.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with everything you're saying.
You know, and I think like, you know, we have an issue with relationships. I was listening to you one day, and I was like, damn, that freezes sound like John Carl. Well, you were saying, I'm tired of hearing people talking about relationships. Men can't even get along with each other. Remember you said that?
Fact.
Right? And so, as I told you, the person who bought the house next door to me is a woman, a single woman. right? You know it takes a lot to upkeep a house. And so, like, now you got this woman bought a house, responsible for all the maintenance and all this stuff. And, like, you know, should she have bought a house? We need some of our more productive blacks to buy these houses. But they're not buying them in the ghetto, so the government responds with all these Section 8 schemes to get welfare people to buy in the ghetto. And it'll last as long as her heater or her roof doesn't start leaking. And then she's going to have to move and give up the house and foreclose on it. That's the way it works.
Yeah, I just think that there are more layers to it than, you know, what you're saying. I'm not discounting what you're saying, but there are many reasons why people move to another neighborhood or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Now I will say, you know, if an area is high in crime and you have a family, you have kids, yeah, I wouldn't blame a family wanting to, you know, separate themselves from that type of environment, right?
But you have to correlate.
Here's the thing, right? All, you know, in any race, all races of people aren't good people within that race. Like, you know, you got some bad apples in black, you got some bad apples in white, you got some, you know, the area that I live in, they're different nationalities in the area that I live in. But I would say it's predominantly white simply because of the percentage makeup in America by default, right? But
imagine if you could live around
I'm
black.
saying you're calling it white areas. I think most areas in America are going to be considered white simply because they make up the majority of percentage per capita in America. You know what I'm saying? So,
but there's a black area probably within 5 miles of you, correct?
Yeah.
And it's probably cheaper to live there than it is where you're living, correct?
Well, there's an urban area about 5 miles close to me, right? Where
and it's cheaper. Somewhere within that urban area, and we're gonna call that a black area for the people that.
Can I tell you the truth, John? Yeah. In Florida, I wouldn't say it's cheaper. Like in Florida is kind of, I don't know how it works in other places, but in Florida, just in Florida, I live in the Disneyland area.
Okay, it's gonna be expensive, yeah.
Right. So even in that more predominant black area, it ain't gonna be too much difference because, like, even white people moving there. To your point, John, it's white people moving to what would be called a majority black area just because they're, you know, they're close to Mickey Mouse.
And maybe they can't afford anywhere else. You know, like
I'm gonna say this freezy too. So right now I live in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Now, first I lived in Miami-Dade, downtown by the arena and stuff, and it was crazy. So I moved. I'm in Broward now. I'm 2 blocks away from the Miami-Broward border, right?
Mm-hmm.
My insurance is cheaper. My electric bill is cheaper. Like, and I'm on the beach. I'm looking at the ocean right now. So you can't tell me that it's. And what's the difference between where I'm at and in Miami-Dade? The schools are better in Broward.
Are any black people? Do you live in a predominantly black area? Like, what would you say the demographic?
Guess what?
Area?
Most people that live, there's only a total of maybe 6 black people in my entire building. It's mostly Russians and Jewish.
How many people live in your building?
It's thousands.
And only 6 live there.
Yeah.
Wow. You must pay a lot in rent to live there.
No, I don't actually.
Do you have some? You must be on some kind of like program.
I'm not on any kind. No, I'm not on any kind of program.
Or is it cheap? Is it
I've been here for. I've been here for over 10 years.
Oh, you've been there a long
time. The difference is because people that have the same layout that I have, they're paying over $1,200 and even sometimes even more than what I'm paying a month.
Really?
So it's not even about that. It's like what we were saying. You talk to people, you get to know people, you relate to people, you figure out what's going on. I'm not a detriment to them, and they're not a detriment to me.
So of the people on the panel, you said Freezy lives in a majority non-black neighborhood. You don't. You said only 6 live in your building. What about you, Swarthy? Do you live in a majority black neighborhood or mostly whites or what?
No, where I live in Minnesota, there is a pretty it's a pretty diverse group of people that live here. It's not necessarily more blacks or Somalis or I don't know if you're familiar with Hmong people, John. They're like a group of people from Asia.
I used to work
Like
in
where I
Minnesota.
live in Minnesota, it's kind of like a little bit of a mix of all of us. But I'm always over north because I'm an Israelite apologist and I'm a preacher. So I'm always over north and over south. And even in the predominantly black areas, you have nice grocery stores. You have really nice houses over north of Minneapolis. You have really nice houses over south. So Minnesota is a unique dynamic. It's not really like South Central where I grew up in California, where I'm from in South Central. Obviously, that was predominantly black until the influx of Mexicans came to LA. But in Minnesota's a little different, John. You know, it's kind of like it's mostly white people in Minnesota, but in Minneapolis and St. Paul, Bloomington, Edina, Richfield, there's like a good mixture of Somalis, blacks, whites, East Africans, other West Africans. It's like a good mix of all of us in the area.
So to make this clear here, of the 4 of us, 3 of y'all, would you say, don't live around majority blacks? Is that fair to say?
Well, what I'm saying is that even in my old neighborhood, it's becoming so gentrified, and there are so many other races moving in that neighborhood. Like, they're moving in that neighborhood. White people are moving in the neighborhood that I moved out of. Mexicans are moving in the neighborhood. So I feel like this collectivism that you're trying to the picture that you're trying to paint, I think we're moving from that, and and I think people are just living where they want to live, wherever they can afford, just living. And here's the thing, right? With me, the meaning of collectivism is more so this association that we have. Like, I'm a Hebrew Israelite too, right? Swarthy is a Hebrew Israelite. Me and Swarthy don't have to stay in the neighborhood to practice collectivism. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I just want to make that clear too. I want us to get out of that mindset. 'Cause even white people don't operate like that. They don't have to stay in the same. For you to support your brothers and sisters, you can do that without staying in the same neighborhood.
But see, I think that if you're down at the bottom, like, a lot of the things where you can kind of get a root hold on things, like poor people are buying basic necessities: food, clothing, water, shelter, so on and so forth. There's a whole economy down there. And I think that once you leave the neighborhood, you can't take advantage of that economy. So someone else does. And that tends to be the foreigners. And I think that is probably that. If someone were to do a study, you would see that likely contributes to the sapping of the black wealth, the people leaving and the other groups coming in, taking advantage of that void of the black productive middle class who has the skills to take advantage, but they don't want to live around those people. So they take their skills, they go to the white neighborhoods, they pay their taxes, as you say, they're lower there and so on and so forth, and you benefit.
Well, here's the thing, though, John.
To what benefit?
Just simply, there could be more opportunities somewhere else than this neighbor. Let's just say the neighborhood that I grew up in, right? It's not a lot of opportunities. It's not a lot of, you understand what I'm saying? And I think
how are these immigrants?
I think that's also what keeps neighborhoods down. You know what I'm saying?
But how are these immigrant groups coming in, bro? Like, I interviewed
John, immigrants. Hold on, John. Immigrants are not pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, sir. Immigrants come to America and they get a substantial amount of support from the government. They get a lot of subsidies, bro. So it's not like they come with no money and getting it out the mud.
You know what I'm gonna tell you? You know what I'm telling you? One of the big subsidies that they get free labor in the ghetto. Think about that.
But I just explained to you how where my mother's house is, how once they discovered that a black family lived there and not a white family, which they thought, how the water bill went from $90 every quarter to $600 and then to $900 a month. And that the black neighbors in that neighborhood told me that's what they've been paying. So while I was paying $90, when I was paying $90 a quarter because they thought white people lived in that house, I know, but I think I need to repeat it to you because I don't think you understand.
You don't need to. We got it. No, we got it. But the bigger question
so
is,
even in those black areas, when they know what family, the race of the family that lives there, you're paying different utilities, is what I'm telling you. You're paying different insurance premiums.
You've told us before. Listen, I got video on my channel where a black person twice, 3 times, climbed my wall like Spider-Man and stole bikes out of the back of my house. That'll make your insurance premiums go up, right? That doesn't happen in the nice neighborhoods where my other properties are. You don't have people doing that kind of stuff, right? And I would bet you that a lot of the premiums, a lot of the incidents that happen in these black communities, that happen with me, I didn't even file insurance claims. So the premiums that these black people are complaining about, hell, they'd be a whole lot higher if people were filing claims on what's really happening. I used to work for a lady. Her house got broken into. She lived in this rich part of black Prince George's County.
You just moved the
Her house got
goalpost
broken
in,
into.
John.
Say what?
You kind of just moved the goalpost from what she was just saying.
Well, I'm saying, you talking about insurance. Well, part of the reason why the insurance is lower where you are is because there ain't that much crime. See, you don't want to connect the dots. You just want to say, well, I just moved there because the insurance low. Well, it's lower there because ain't that much crime as it is in the black communities. I just told you, hell, I got video on my channel. Blacks stealing my bikes. Like, that runs your insurance costs up. You'd have to agree with that. Breaking in houses, shooting people, all of that runs your insurance costs up. That's another reason why blacks have to flee.
Also making multiple claims against your insurance also makes your insurance policy go up. So that solution that you gave is not even a valid one.
You just made my point that there are a lot of blacks living in the ghetto that don't make claims because they don't want their insurance to go up. But the crime and the violence and the claims are worthy nonetheless, but they're just sucking it up because they don't want their insurance to go up because of what someone did, breaking in their house, kick their door in. Now they got to just fix it door on their own, as opposed to filing a claim because they don't want to get counseled.
Well,
no,
not only that.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now. A lot of people can't even afford the insurance, and they're being
insurance. Let me say this, sis. Let me say this. Insurance companies have like stipulations, right? Like your house can only be so old before they can approve you for the policy, right? Like, I think if your house is over like 30 years old or something like that, they won't approve you for no insurance.
My house 50 years old.
When I was my old neighborhood, a lot of them houses is like 60 years old, like 50 years old, 45 years old.
But Freezy, like
they need to be torn down. This is what I'm saying. A lot of them houses need to be torn down.
But Freezy, the houses in Manhattan, Brooklyn, DC, Georgetown, even right here in my neighborhood in the ghetto, you cannot tear these houses down. It's against the law. You can renovate them on the inside, but you cannot.
It ain't like that in Florida. You can demolition these bitches in Florida.
Yeah, and see, these houses are hundreds and hundreds of years old. Certain developers built these houses. You know, they have historical value.
Yeah, they won't give you insurance. If them houses in Florida, they won't give you no insurance on them houses.
Y'all got hurricanes too, you know.
That's what I'm trying to
We're not gonna pretend like there isn't a whole scam with insurance. I mean, you know it, Freezy in Florida and in New Orleans, it's an issue with the insurance. Yeah, in California, it's the same way. These insurance companies are taking people's money and they're not paying. They're not
You know,
paying. So people are losing their houses even with that. And then the very few insurance companies that are remaining, because a lot of them are pulling out of states because they don't want to pay. They don't want to pay those claims. They just want to
you know
collect
that.
money from you.
You know, it's interesting, Freezy. You know, I interviewed a guy on the street one time. His house had just burned down.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, for those of you that own houses, it's probably very interesting, important for you to know. There's a clause in your insurance policy. There's replacement versus actual value. I don't remember which is which, but one of them involves depreciation, if you know what that is. So let's say you bought a $10,000 couch. 3 years later, that couch is worth nothing. It's been depreciated. Your house burned down. The insurance company is going to say that couch was worth nothing and everything else is worth nothing and depreciated. But I think if you have replacement value or actual value, one of the two, the insurance company will have to pay you for what the replacement cost is. So it's very, very important, actually, on your insurance policy. And when the guy told me that story, I went and checked on my insurance policies based on that. And so the insurance companies really want you to have that actual value because they don't have to pay you anything. You know?
I think what black people can do once they get it, you know, save up enough money or accumulate enough finances is buy some of that cheap property, you know, and rebuild in the black neighborhood, right? Instead of living there, just own the property. I own some property in my old neighborhood, right? And I don't.
Hey, Freezy, you ever heard of a susu? You ever heard of a susu, Freezy?
A susu, nah. What's that?
You should Google that shit. Put it up on the screen for your audience.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Brooklyn part.
That's what I think black people should do instead of living in those neighborhoods. Just buy the property.
Nah, you gotta live there, bro. Like, I'm a landlord in the ghetto, man. You gotta live there, bro. You gotta have your hands on. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm saying, like, if you got property there, you hands on.
You kind of have to be there, bro, to really you know, once you get a foothold, maybe you get the hell out of there. But you know, most people got started on the ground. You need to be close to your property so you can do a lot of the things yourself instead of calling somebody. It's just my approach. But anyway, living in
hold on,
Brooklyn,
John. Let me read this super couch. Shout out to Jay the Legend Sports.
Super chat.
Jay the Legend Sports for his $5 super cap. He said, John, you didn't disprove what I said. Baldwin Hills is a rich black community. The problem is living in the poor black community. John, you didn't disprove what I said. Baldwin Hills is a rich black community. The problem is living in the poor black community. That's the point he was making. He said
it's all like qualitative. Rich in what scheme? You know, you have a lot of rich politicians and stuff like that, but business owners, the people that live in, was it west of the I-5 or whatever that highway is in LA? You know, if you live in LA, you know the money is west of whatever that highway is, interstate. You know, Baldwin Hills ain't that. Let's just be honest. But yeah, I was telling you, man. Before I get out of here, for your audience, because I know you have a very tight knit audience. One of the things may benefit you. I was living in Brooklyn and heard about this. It's called a susu. You should Google it. SUSU. I think that's how you spell it. It'd probably be beneficial for your audience. A lot of foreigners come here, practice some variation of this susu. Basically, where they give money around in a circle. So 1 week I get $100 from everybody. Next week you get $100 from everybody, and so on and so forth. It involves a lot of high trust, but it allows you to get like a springboard, you know, on things. You know, you come up on $10,000  1 week or 1 month or whatever. You can really do some things, you know. So that's one of the things.
Or you can take that $100 and put it in your own savings account and don't have to worry about somebody basically stealing it or not. Because the problem with a susu, because I know what that is. The problem with it is a lot of times the people, after they get their payout, they stop in participating. So then when it's your turn to collect, guess what? It's going to be much less because you had like 5 or 6 people drop out because they got
What
paid
what
before you
what
did.
well the thing, the glue to that is the businesses where you have employees and people not willing to break that bond, and that's the part that blacks are missing. I got to get out of here, guys. It's been great though. Preachy doing a great job as always, my man.
It was a great conversation. Shout out to you, John.
Take care, John.
All right.
Shout out to John. I'm gonna get y'all final thoughts. I'm gonna go to Swarthy and then I'm gonna go to my sister. As a matter of fact, I think I'm gonna do ladies first, man. 504. You want to give your final thoughts on what we were talking about, sis? Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this: the situation with Carmelo Anthony. Once those individuals put their hands on him, they were already violating. That was already assault. So what comes after that, that should be negated. Period. Point blank. And him saying that, oh, Ben Crump, Ben Crump is an attorney with a license. Okay. You have to do certain things, even if you are not participating in said case as the defense, you still have to practice certain decorum before you, because you can lose your license. A lot of attorneys can lose their license by certain things they say on the internet. Let's be for real. So for him to jump out there and say that, is ridiculous. 2, Black people don't listen to other people tell, well, you don't live with a whole bunch of Black people. Who gives a damn? Do you live somewhere safe? Do you feel safe? Do your children have a quality education? Because when you look at where you're staying, those 2 things should be your main focus: safety, quality insurance, and your quality of life. What is crazy is he's talking about the cost of the real estate itself being cheaper, but guess what? The cost to maintain it, your monthly bills are going to equal out. If you pay $900 a month for a water bill versus that $900 going towards the actual home that you're staying in, that's a drastic difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't have to pay that $900 and you could pay that $900 and live somewhere better, right? That you can apply maybe 400 or 500 more of that to where you're living, you can live in a better place, right?
Yeah.
With a better school system. So it's ridiculous for all the things he was saying, and just in general, his everything. You smoking weed while on this and drinking beer, sir. I would not want to live next to you. I just wouldn't.
No Cap-tivity.
But especially if I have small kids, my kids can run out, be playing in the yard, and you on your porch smoking that stuff, and now my kids high.
John bringing down the property.
You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. And he didn't pick up on the point that I was saying, that they thought a white family lived there, which is why I was paying so, $90 a quarter versus this now $900 a month. Like, make it make sense.
Yeah. And I think a lot of what you said has to be taken into consideration. Yeah.
And stop, why are we expected to pigeonhole ourselves? Stop that. You deserve to live somewhere that is safe, that your kids feel safe, and that they can get a quality education, and you don't have to pay for private school. Because we're not going to even talk about how in Miami-Dade, there's whole lottery systems for the kids in Miami-Dade to come to Broward.
And can I say this too, sis? Just because it's okay to live in a Black community, it just make sure it's the right Black community.
It's for the thug.
Let's just be honest.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Every Black community isn't a good Black community. Every white community isn't a good white community. Every Asian. What I'm saying is that you should actually do what's in the best interest of your household first and foremost.
Exactly.
Right? That is the obligation and responsibility of every man and woman, husband and wife, father and mother of their household to do what's in the best interest of your household first, and then community second, right? So just because a community is black, it's some wicked black people that I don't want to live around. It's okay to say that. It's okay to say that.
Exactly. You know? And a lot of I'm gonna say this too. Even where my mom is at, things have started getting bad, but because when I come there, when I go there and visit and everything, I bring the neighborhood together. I got people looking out for each other. I started a whole text group amongst the neighbors. Like, so the problem is a lot of people, they just go to work, they keep their head down. You got to get to know your neighbors. Simple and plain. You do. Because if they don't know you, they're not going to look out for you. They not.
That's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact.
You know, even the little kids, like the little kids, I told these little boys they were jumping fence, doing all kinds of stuff. I sat them down, talked to them. That next Saturday morning, they came, was like, "Yeah, do you want us to mow your lawn?" And no, baby, I'm good. But I still gave them some money for even offering. And I was like, keep up the good work. I said, you got to look out for, your neighbors, because these are the people that's going to protect you. And now even they're on that. So the problem, we really got to get together. And until that happens, no, people, please go where you feel safe. Matter of fact, the reason why I moved from Miami-Dade to Broward, hell, where I was at, they kept being on the Force 48. Like there was a whole shootout. So, I got to get
real.
on.
It's real, sis.
Yeah, I gotta get to getting. Yeah. And like I said, I was down there by the stadium and everything, in a penthouse. Like, I shouldn't be having to deal with this. No, yeah. I'm gonna go on the water. Yeah, let me get that beachfront for the same amount that I'm paying over here in a penthouse. Let me go on over there.
Yeah.
And I'm paying less.
I agree with you, sis. I agree with you. Shout out to House of Hypocrites. House of Hypocrites is in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Boy, you caught me right before I'm shutting it down. What's on your mind, bro?
I was gonna say when we talk about black people not like live in your own community, I can understand that. You know what I'm saying? I agree with that. But for the majority, black people do live amongst other black people. It's like is that a clip that's so high that you won't believe it? You know what I'm saying? It's not like black people don't live in the communities. I had to create my own statistics because things that we want to know about our community or people don't I guess take the time out to research. So I had to find out how many cities or towns or communities that's in America that are predominantly black. That don't mean 100%. So if it could be a neighborhood with 100,000 or a community with 100,000 people, 40% black, 30% white, you know what I'm saying? So predominantly black. So I did this research and it took me some time to find the numbers and pull the numbers. And we got about 1,250 communities that's predominantly black in the United States. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot. You feel me? So when I did the statistics on okay, out of these communities, what percentage is above the poverty line and also lower than the national crime rate. You know what I'm saying? So just to try to figure out if black people so fucked up how they say. So when I did this, it told me about 300 communities that's predominantly black out of the 1,250 are under the poverty line and also have a high crime rate, right? So that let me know that's about what almost 66, 70% of black people living like motherfucking outstanding citizens. You know what I'm saying? In the middle class, they live predominantly around black people. So when I be hearing
that's like 900 more communities.
You feel me?
Yeah.
almost 1,000. So it's like when I be hearing people speak about like um we don't live amongst each other, we go out. Nah, that's a lie. You know what I'm saying? We always our statistics that the even the mainstream use, that shit is of the lower. It's of the lower of our community. We don't never get the niggas that, you know what I'm saying, like the Carmelo Anthony and they family. How they try to push the narrative that they family was broke. They using funding money. They weren't used to niggas with money. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
we live amongst black people, bro. We conjugate with each other. If you go to the marriage rate, if you go to who black men and black women have children with, it's black folks. You know what I'm saying? But that's all I had to say, bro.
Nah, you said some real shit, dog. Shout out to House of Hypocrites. I appreciate you for them numbers because that brought it back into perspective too. And, you know, so yeah, that was good, bro.
Yeah, it ain't. It's not gonna be federal or peer research statistics on everything, and sometimes we have to do the work for things we want answers for, especially when there's a narrative always being pushed on our motherfucking community as if we just a degenerate race or degenerate people, and it's not the case. It's only the bad numbers they fucking give you. When I was giving these numbers months ago, probably even a year ago within these spaces. Well, where you find that at, bitch? I done the research myself and created the statistic. Maybe I need to submit my shit to the blackdemographics.com. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's factual, bro.
John has a question for you, House. Shout out to John.
Super chat.
John Galt for the $10 super cap donor. I appreciate you, John. He said, ask House of Hypocrites to define middle class.
To define? Well,
Yeah.
when it comes to black, it's a household. But if it's an individual, I think they gotta make about 52 to 55,000 a year. When I think as a household, I think it's around 90 to 100,000 a year to be considered middle class. Basically, you making $1,000 a week a piece. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Depending on where you at, $4,000 a month can go a long way. And if it's two of y'all, $8,000 a month can go a long way. That is middle class.
Yeah. Well, he answered your question, John, and shout out to House of Hypocrites. House, I'm finna get ready to shut it down, man. Anything else, bro?
Nah, you good, bro.
All right, shout out to House of Hypocrites.
No Cap-tivity.
John said, I like House of Hypocrites, by the way. And that's my brother, man. Shout out to John, man. It was a good conversation with you, John. Yeah. And the best thing about the conversation, we all stayed respectful. And I know John and Swarthy was about to go off the deep end, but they brought it back in. And this kind of conversations we try to have over here for the most part. As long as the respect factor stays in place, man, you know, people gonna grab whatever they need to grab out of the conversation. I always say these conversations aren't for us on the show, on the panel. It's for the people that's watching. I think we did a great job. Shout out to Craft Geek also too. Craft Geek was cooking. She did a great job. She said this was her first time hitting a link and being live. That was awesome, man. Shout out to Craft Geek, man. 504 Empress, always excellent. House of Hypocrites graced us. Swarthy, I appreciate you, man. I mean, just the level of intellect, man, that joined us tonight, man. It was awesome, man, and I appreciate y'all, man. I think it's about time to go ahead and do the benediction. Let me see. Here we go. So we're gonna dedicate this to Carmelo Anthony and his family and anyone else that's watching this show that might be experiencing some hardships in their life. We're gonna dedicate this to everyone in this category. This is Psalm 46:1. Psalm 46:1. It says, God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble, man.
No captivity.
All praises to God. All praises to the Most High God. Thank you, Father. And this show was awesome. I wanted to cover the new information that was brought forth about Carmelo Anthony and his trial. There was a lot of great opinions about Carmelo Anthony and what's going on with the trial. And I'm just going to continue to pray for this young man and pray for his family that he gets the justice that he deserves. I'm praying that he just gets off completely. In my opinion, just from me gathering all the facts for myself and the way I'm processing it, it was self-defense, 100%. And he doesn't deserve any time, right? I don't think he deserves any punishment at all. But the closer it gets to the trial, the more intense it's going to get, and possibly the more contentious it's going to get. Shout out to everybody that contributed to tonight's show. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, man. Let me read the cash caps and the PayPals first. Let's see. Here we go. Shout out to T Lang fam for $2 cash cap. I appreciate that. Shout out to the T Lang fam. Shout out to She Lawyer for her $25 cash cap and $5 cash cap. We're gonna give you a big bomb on that. Shout out to She Lawyer. All right. For detonating that big light. Also, shout out to let me see. Shout out to, I think Red Scholar is a sponsor. So we're gonna celebrate her in a minute. Shout out to John Galt. Thank you, John Galt, for your $10 super cap dono, man. Very much appreciated. And thank you for coming up, having a conversation. J the Legend Sports. Thank you for all of your contributions. I appreciate you for the $5 contribution. Corinne Mackey, thank you for your $2 contribution. The Little Gaming Channel, thank you for your $10 contribution and your $20 contribution, which makes $30. That big light. I appreciate you, my brother. Little Gaming Channel in the building. Also, shout out to Jada Legend Sports again for his $5 contribution. Super Cap. The Craft Geek, $5. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you. And thank you for coming up once again. Jada Legend Sports again, $5 super cap. Chicago Realer, $5 super cap. Fanny P, $2 super cap. Shout out to my brother and sister Fanny P and Chicago Realer. Craft Geek again, $5 super cap. And we want to celebrate our sister Kimberly Johnson, aka Red Scholar, from Temecula, California, for a $50 her $50 PayPal. $50 PayPal, you know. Come on, man. Come on, give it up for the PayPals. Give it up for the PayPals, man. And also, shout out to our brother and his entire family, the Hendon family, for their $50 super cap. Don't know. Give it up for the Hendon family and the $50 super cap, man. Right now, it's about time to celebrate our brother and sister, the Hendon family, and Red Scholar. Thank you. I appreciate you. Y'all get up out y'all seat and let's celebrate our sister and brother like none other. The Hendon family, Red Scholar, with a total of $50 a piece sponsorship. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wanna be a baller. Shot collar, 20-inch blades on the Impala. Collar, get laid tonight. Push your roll, I got spray bike. I hit the highway. Making money to fly away. But there's gotta be a better way. Better way, yeah. It's
Shout out to the Hennon family for their $50 sponsorship and Red Scholar, a.k.a. Kimberly Johnson from Temecula, California, for her $50 sponsorship. Thank you to both of you. I appreciate you, the whole family.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you. Listen, tomorrow is our Bible study. Shout out to the Hennon family. They're already on it. Bible study is tomorrow in the Discord. Please, if you've been seeing the link to the Discord, click the link. 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. Right, is a Bible study every Saturday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. And on Sunday, 3:30 p.m. Eastern time is our No Cap Mental Health Workshop. Shout out to the Hennon family for posting that in the chat several times. I appreciate you, Hennon family. Make sure y'all click that link to the Discord and join the Discord. And also, I want to shout out to my sister, Elite Ballet Zoe, for gifting 5 new memberships, man. Shout out to Elite Ballet Zoe. For gifting 5 new memberships. Thank you, Elite Ballet Zoe. I really appreciate you and all you do for the VIP crew. I really do appreciate you, sis. For everything you do, all you do for the VIP crew and the channel membership. For Wednesday night, you make it that much more stronger, right? Shout out to Elite Ballet Zoe, man. She just want to see as many brothers and sisters in the VIP crew as possible, and we appreciate that, man. Elite Ballet Zoe, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all, we about to get up out of here. I love y'all. Once again, shout out to the sponsors of tonight's show, Red Scholar and the Hennon family. And y'all know, listen, this is your boy Freeze. This was an excellent show, right? Excellent show, man. Excellent show. I told you, we was gonna do this show regardless, no matter what, and we're going to continue to keep everybody current on the information. Until next time, y'all know what I always say. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we are out of here. I love y'all, man. Let's get it.
It's freezy, it's freezy.
It's freezy, it's freezy, it's freezy.
It's freezy. F-R-E-E-Z-Y. Hey! F-R-E-E-Z-Y.
No captivity.
No captivity.
You know the name. Freezy, freezy, freezy. Let's go. I'm not a sycophant, I keep it true, I stand on it. I discuss the truth, I'm not yielding, I'm stamped on it. No. I make moves, steady building pressure back tall. Check my channel, what I'm rapping, real life, wall. Don't care, a crew that's the been all stressing. No cap. All that hate, still I don't flavor my lessons. Run up the numbers, feast me a plate. Fed by purpose, not opinions I dictate. More compass running hot on drift. I don't get stressed, I reach up, I lift. Lay on my chest, I'm on, no drama. Faith in my steps when I move through the calm. But more this content like I'm moving keys. Work. Standing on business, making notes for the YouTube streets. Keep a few real ones close to teens. No captivity, listen close when I speak.
F-R-E-E-Z-Y. No captivity.
No change.
F-R-E-E-Z-Y. No captivity.
Graduated from the streets, now we street. Level up, clear my heavy grind, real team. No cap.
F-R-E-E-Z-Z-Y.
One time.
No captivity.
All the time. Yeah. Sun out, Shasta, wall light, still heavy. Yeah, no rush in my talk, but they feel me already. I don't fuss nothing, let the way come in. No captivity, fear where I stand, where I've been. Palm trees in the mindset. calm in a storm. Pressure don't shake me. I've been built warm. Algorithm move when I speak, no chase. Every bar solid, I don't need a race. I don't chase clout, let it circle back. Real recognize, universal math. Channel stay growing, steady organic. No Cap-tivity if you feel panoramic. I play my positions to control the floor. Silent with the winds, let the numbers talk. From the pavement to the platform bridge. Florida cool, but I still bring heat. No captivity. No captivity. YouTube streets cold, still I stand tall. Say my name when the real ones call.
F-R-E-E, rewind.
No captivity.
Free mind, free grind, real identity. S-R-E-E-Z-Y.
They say my name.
I don't chase your fame.
I set the flame.
Free.
No captivity.
With freezy, you live freezy, you live free.
No captivity.
With freezy, you live free, you live freezy.
No captivity.
Freezy, freezy.